The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, it is you who searches our hearts, examines our minds, and tests our spirits. And in so doing, you know us intimately and completely. You know when we sit down and when we rise. You perceive our thoughts even before we have voiced them. Before a word is on our tongue, you, O Lord, know it completely. Such knowledge is both overwhelming and comforting. May we come to understand and accept that even knowing us as well as you do, you love us anyway. And when we are grieved by various trials, may we trust that you will perceive the genuineness of our faith. Even gold perishes when it is tested by fire. Remind us again, and all those who are overwhelmed by disaster and destruction, warfare and ill will, that in your esteem, we as your children are much more precious than the most valuable treasure on earth. In all things, may we find it within our hearts, minds, and spirits, even in the face of the harshest of tests, to bring praise and honor to you and proclaim our belief that your powerful hand directs our lives. In your enduring name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance to be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone is invited to participate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nation of Georgia and America are valued partners. Georgians serve with Americans in the global war on terrorism. Sadly, Georgia faces a threat to its freedom. In October, a scheming dictator backed by war criminal Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, and the Iranian regime rigged an election. Salome Zurabishvili, the legitimate president of Georgia, is courageously standing with protesters and peacefully demanding free and fair elections. I reintroduce the bipartisan Magabori Act to sanction those attacking freedom. Additionally, there is legislation to prohibit recognizing the illegitimate regime. I'm grateful that at my invitation, President Zurabishvili will attend the inauguration of President Donald Trump. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. Congratulations to Senator Marco Rubio on prevailing at the confirmation hearing yesterday I attended, which was so positively conducted by Chairman Jim Risch and Ranking Member Jeanne Shaheen. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my deepest sympathies to the residents of Los Angeles and Ventura County who have been impacted by the devastating wildfires in Southern California. I deeply appreciate the firefighters, first responders, and local leaders who have been working tirelessly to battle these fires. I was proud to join bipartisan members of the California delegation in urging President Biden to grant a major disaster declaration for our state. These funds are urgently needed to help families that have lost everything in the wake of these wildfires. I'm truly appalled that some in Congress are seeking to impose political conditions on aid for wildfire victims in the time of need. It's cruel and it's just not right. What's more, I'm here to remind all of my colleagues that California contributes far more in federal tax revenue than it receives back in spending. In times of crisis, my home state has always been there to support other states unconditionally, and Californians deserve the same disaster relief without any political strings attached. Time is of the essence. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the career and contributions of Brainerd, Minnesota broadcasting legend Ken Thomas. Ken's broadcasting journey began in 1978 at the WMIN radio station in Maplewood, Minnesota. Ken then moved to the Brainerd Lakes area, where he spent the next 4 decades hosting the morning show on WJJY-FM. Ken has had a number of different morning show partners, but for the past 20 years, he has shared the microphone with his current co-host, Tess Taylor. Together, Ken and Tess have been the trusted voices that many in the Brainerd area listen to as they enjoy their morning cup of coffee and drive to work. Ken's joyful and quick-witted commentary even made him a recipient of the National Association of Broadcasters Marconi Award for the Small Market Personality of the Year in 2017. Ken's legacy goes beyond the microphone. He is a longtime supporter of the Brainerd Lakes Area Walk to End Alzheimer's and works as a member of the Sertoma Service Organization. Additionally, every Thanksgiving, he volunteers to serve meals at the local Legion. As Ken enters retirement, I hope he finds time to enjoy everything he loves about Brainerd, which includes his loving family, his fellow members of the district cover band, and Norman's Bait and Tackle Choir, and the tight-knit community he helped shape. Congratulations, Ken. You will be missed from the airwaves, but you've earned this next chapter. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Jose Adan Trevino. Born in Brownsville, Texas, Adan began his career as a pharmacist in the East End community of Houston in my district, meeting the needs while growing his business. This theme carried throughout his life. In 1977, he founded KXLN, Houston's first Spanish-language TV station, later becoming Univision Houston and earning him the title of Father of Hispanic Media. We helped start the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce together, which grew to be one of the largest in the country. He even has been named one of the 100 most influential Hispanics in America. But Adan's greatest title wasn't media mogul, businessman, or chairman. It was daddy and granddaddy. He adored his daughters, Cynthia and Gloriana, and his grandchildren, Jessica, Lauren, Adam, and Blake. His love for them was his proudest achievement and his most enduring legacy. Mr. Speaker, we will miss Adan's warmth, his friendship, and his belief in a better tomorrow for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise before you today to recognize a special day for our dairy farmers, National Milk Day. National Milk Day originated back to January 11th, 1878, when milk was first delivered in glass bottles in the United States. Milk is consumed by millions of Americans every year because not only is it delicious, but it also provides key nutrients like calcium, potassium, and other vitamins. This is one of the reasons I'm so thankful for the passing of my bill in the 118th Congress, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2023, which will provide key nutrients to children in schools nationwide. Milk is also very important to my home state of Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania dairy industry alone generates 52,000 jobs, $14.7 billion in revenue annually in the state. Furthermore, Pennsylvania is ranked second nationally in the number of dairy farms. I'm so proud of all that they have accomplished. As a descendant of a long line of dairy farmers, let's raise a glass in honor of our dairy farmers who work around the clock to bring fresh, nutritious, and delicious milk to our tables every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of thousands of California wildfire survivors. My district knows too well the devastation survivors of the Southern California fires are facing. People have lost everything, and not just their homes and their belongings, but family members and friends. We must bring the full force of the federal government to aid these victims, and we must do it without any conditions, full stop. We didn't put conditions on our federal aid when Louisiana was ravaged by Hurricane Katrina, when communities from Florida to North Carolina were swamped by Hurricane Helene, when Iowa faced destruction from high winds and flooding, when a train derailed in Ohio, polluting local waterways and the air, or when Hurricane Harvey hit Texas. This time should be no different. We are the Congress of the United States of America. Americans are in trouble, and when they need us, we need to be there. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, at least one piece of welcome news from California. The typically out-of-control California Air Resources Board has decided to pull back on some really overreaching truck and train regulations. CARB, as it's known, is an unelected body appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom, have decided to withdraw a Clean Air Act waiver to the EPA for both the Advanced Clean Fleet and in-use locomotive regulation rules. The Advanced Clean Fleet and locomotive rules were unrealistic from the start. The technology doesn't even exist on a market basis to run these trucks and trains as they would seek. So maybe California should just be an island unto its own without these delivery devices. Would have placed an unnecessary financial burden on the businesses, the consumers, and the economy as a whole in my home state. President Trump has been a long outspoken against regulatory overreach such as this. It's encouraging to see California finally getting a clue on that, following that kind of thinking. Governor Newsom's appointees at CARB have been responsible for pushing many of these costly mandates in some of our other states, and even this Congress sometimes looks at emulating those to the detriment of consumers, taking away their stoves, taking away their cars, the whole works. So it's time they start considering the real world impact. So at least this go around, maybe because of pressure coming from here, they pulled back and got this one right. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend the remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Atlanta and the state of Georgia have lost one of our greatest champions. My constituent, state senator and former minority whip, Vincent Fort. He passed away at the age of 68 after a long battle with cancer. Known as the people's champion, he took up causes like saving Grady Hospital, authoring Georgia's first anti-hate crime laws, and saving people's homes from predatory lenders. He was always there, fighting for the least of these. After the murder of my son, Senator Fort was the very first elected official to invite me to share my story of Jordan at our state capitol. He didn't know me then, but he knew that what happened to Jordan was wrong and that our story needed to be told. That's just the kind of man that he was. May we all be so lucky to reflect on our lives and say, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. I know Vincent's family can say this of him. My heart is with the children that he loved so very much, Zan, Chloe, and Zoe, and with those who knew him best. He will be deeply missed. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and service of Colonel Perry Dahl, one of the last World War II fighter aces who passed away on December 2nd, 2024 in Tampa, Florida at the age of 101. Throughout his 37-year career in the U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force, Colonel Dahl left behind a legacy of courage, sacrifice, and commitment to our nation. Colonel Dahl enlisted in the Washington National Guard in 1940 and in 1944 became an ace where he went on to fly numerous World War II missions, defending fellow pilots and surviving capture from adversary forces. He displayed immense courage and perseverance during a mission that earned him the Silver Star, the United States Armed Forces' third highest military decoration for valor in combat. After World War II, Dahl continued his distinguished service, eventually retiring at the rank of colonel in 1978. In recognition of his heroic service, Colonel Dahl has since received numerous accolades, including the Distinguished Bronze Star, the Air Medal, and the 2015 Congressional Gold Medal. It is my privilege to honor the life of Colonel Dahl, a decorated veteran and true American hero in the 15th District of Florida. His legacy lives on in the lives he protected and the freedoms he fought to preserve. Colonel Dahl, may you rest in peace, and may your story continue to inspire for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
My heart breaks for the people in Southern California who have lost their loved ones, their homes, memories, everything they own, entire neighborhoods in these devastating fires. So Congress needs to send aid and help those suffering immediately, and it should not be controversial. Yet here we are with Republican leadership refusing to help those in need and want to put conditions on life-saving disaster aid. It's unprecedented and simply cruel to politicize this tragedy. These are the same folks that refuse to put conditions on aid to foreign governments like Israel, who's committing genocide right now. But they want to condition life-saving aid for fellow Americans who are victims of climate disaster. Think about that for one moment. Tens of thousands of people right here at home being displaced, many of which won't get the help they need from greedy insurance companies. Devastated families should not be pawns in their political games. With that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up the bill H.R. 30 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 30, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed sex offenses or domestic violence are inadmissible and deportable.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader, or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all floor members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 30.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 30, the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. Over the past 4 years, President Joe Biden and border czar Vice President Kamala Harris have allowed millions of unvetted illegal aliens into the United States. At the same time that they facilitated the collapse of our southwest border, President Biden and Vice President Harris abandoned any semblance of interior immigration enforcement. In a September 2021 memo, the Biden-Harris administration made enforcement more difficult for immigration and customs enforcement officers. In training materials obtained by the Judiciary Committee and published in a staff report last year, DHS failed to answer seemingly clear-cut questions, such as whether an alien who served a 20-year drug-related prison sentence or an alien who discharged a firearm outside of a police station should be priorities for arrest and deportation. Until the Trump administration can change them, those are the training materials required for all of ICE's enforcement personnel nationwide. Instead of making clear that ICE officers should carry out their duties to remove criminal aliens from American streets, the Biden-Harris administration instructed ICE officers to develop a full profile of a criminal alien before deciding whether to arrest someone who is in the country illegally. In the training examples, that included determining whether an illegal alien has high blood pressure or is a caregiver. The Biden-Harris administration's immigration absurdity appears to know no bounds. In a transcribed interview with the Judiciary Committee, a former top ICE official admitted that the Biden-Harris administration's policies have made immigration enforcement more dangerous for ICE officers, more difficult to carry out, and less efficient overall. The ICE official even acknowledged that because of the border crisis, fewer ICE officers are available to track down public safety and national security threats because they're left to do border administration-related tasks. The consequences of these policies are not hypotheticals or simply numbers. They are a reality for families across the country, and they are emblematic of the Biden-Harris administration's war on women. Last September, the Judiciary Committee heard from 3 mothers whose daughters were brutally assaulted and murdered by illegal aliens welcomed into the country by President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Tammy Nobles recounted how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris released into the country the MS-13 gang member who went on to murder and sexually assault her daughter, Kayla Hamilton. The killer later admitted to 4 additional murders and 2 additional rapes. Patty Marin told how an illegal alien raped and strangled her daughter, Rachel, and then stuffed her body into a drain pipe. The alleged murderer entered the country through border czar Kamala Harris's wide-open southwest border. Alexis Nungari spoke about how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris released at the border the 2 illegal aliens who went on to viciously assault and murder her 12-year-old daughter, Jocelyn. Ms. Nungari said she had no clothing from the waist down. Her hands and her ankles were tied, and she was thrown under the bridge of water like she was nothing but garbage. Victim advocate April Aguirre also told this tragic story of 11-year-old Maria Gonzalez. The Biden-Harris administration released her alleged murderer into the United States. Just 7 months later, the illegal alien assaulted and killed Maria, wrapped her body in a trash bag, stuffed her in a laundry basket that he shoved underneath his bed. These are not isolated incidents. In February 2024, an illegal alien was arrested in Alabama for allegedly raping a 14-year-old girl who could not consent to the intercourse as she was physically helpless or mentally incapacitated. In April 2024, an illegal alien was arrested in Indiana for allegedly breaking into a Michigan mobile home park and sexually assaulting 2 young girls. In May 2024, authorities arrested a 20-year-old illegal alien for allegedly snatching an 11-year-old girl off the street in front of her Lake Worth, Florida home and sexually assaulting her. According to local officials, the Guatemalan national crossed the U.S.-Mexico border in early January 2024, made his way to Florida shortly thereafter, and does not have an immigration court date until 2027. Just earlier this month, ICE arrested a Dominican national who had been charged with assault to rape, kidnapping, and indecent assault. The illegal alien crossed the border in January 2023 and was placed on alternatives to detention. That is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's immigration legacy. More unvetted aliens released into American communities, more criminal aliens on American streets, and more Americans endangered by radical, reckless policies. Thankfully, the American people have voted to end this nightmare. The Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act is just one of many bills Republicans have proposed that will help close immigration loopholes, reverse the disastrous policies of the Biden-Harris administration, and implement President Trump's immigration enforcement agenda. The Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act makes crystal clear that illegal aliens who commit sex offenses are inadmissible to and removable from the United States. The bill also fixes a discrepancy in current law by creating a ground of inadmissibility for domestic violence to mirror the existing ground of removability for the same offenses. In addition, H.R. 30 expands the current ground of removability for domestic violence by cross-referencing an existing statutory definition for sex offenses. Although many aliens can already be found inadmissible to or removable from the United States for certain sex offenses and domestic violence offenses, this bill expands and clarifies the conduct for which an alien can be found removable from the country. The time is now to take seriously the danger of criminal aliens in the United States. Anything that makes it easier for adjudicators and officials to ensure a criminal alien's arrest and removal should receive overwhelming bipartisan support, particularly when it comes to sex offenses and domestic violence. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 30, the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here with you and with the gentlelady from Florida. Mr. Speaker, America's immigration laws are like an admissions policy for the country. How do you get into America? Who gets kicked out of America, and for what reasons? Our immigration laws today will get you kicked out, deported from the country, if you commit rape, other sex offenses, domestic violence, or indeed any other crime of violence. That's the law today. You're convicted, you're deported, you're out. That's been the law for decades in America. Our immigration law establishes a similar policy on the way in. It provides that anyone seeking admission to America who's committed a violent sex offense or a crime of domestic violence is inadmissible to our country. Since the 1930s, case law has made it perfectly clear that rape, domestic violence, and sexual battery are all, quote, crimes involving moral turpitude, which make the perpetrator inadmissible to America. That's been the law in our country for decades. So, what does H.R. 30 add? If committing a sexual assault or domestic violence will already render you deportable and inadmissible under our laws, why do we need to create another section of the law doing the same thing? Is it necessary or is it redundant? Of course, it's being redundant and unnecessary may not be a sufficient reason to vote against the bill. After all, I cheerfully admit that this body, under the stewardship of our friends, passes a lot of unnecessary and redundant legislation in the House just to send a message, as they say, and perhaps this is what our friends set out to do today, to pass another simple messaging bill. The complication today is this. The way this messaging bill is actually written will create big problems for many, many victims of domestic violence. That's why more than 200 national and state and local groups advocating for the victims of rape and the survivors of domestic violence, the people across America we should be listening to today, strongly oppose the bill our colleagues have brought forward. The National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence sent us a letter urging us to reject H.R. 30, and I urge every single member of Congress to read this letter carefully before you vote on this bill. The groups fighting domestic violence warn that this legislation, quote, can ultimately have devastating consequences for immigrant victims of domestic violence. The signers of this letter include a range of national groups like the YWCA, the National Council of Jewish Women, the AFL-CIO's Coalition of Labor Union Women, and dozens of state and local groups like the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence, the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault, the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault, the Mississippi Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Catholic Charities in Omaha, Nebraska, and dozens more from states across the country. Please read this letter. These are groups working to change the law and the culture to stop rape and domestic violence in our country, but they see that this poorly drafted legislation would end up harming untold numbers of victims of domestic violence themselves, the putative beneficiaries of the act. And here's why. When it comes to crimes involving moral turpitude, there are exceptions in the law to protect domestic violence victims who often get swept up in the very laws designed to protect them. Anyone who's ever been a prosecutor or a public defender in this chamber knows that it's common for abusers to accuse their victims of domestic violence themselves and assault, sometimes truthfully, often falsely, but in any event, it's well known that the victims get arrested, prosecuted, and sometimes even convicted simply for defending themselves and fighting back against their abusers and rapists. Here's a real-life example drawn from the domestic violence survivor advocacy groups opposing their legislation. A young woman on a student visa here was trapped in an abusive relationship, and her estranged boyfriend tried to rape her. She fought back, biting his ear and drawing blood. She then called the police to report the rape, but upon seeing the boyfriend's injury, the officers also arrested the female victim, whose language skills kept her from comprehensively explaining what had happened at that point. She spent several days in jail and was ultimately convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence, but the judge sentenced her to time served once she got a lawyer and translation services, which allowed the context of her violent abuse that she'd been enduring to become made plain to the police and the court. Now, because of exceptions that exist in our laws today, this woman was not deemed inadmissible to America because her simple assault charge carried less than a 6-month penalty. But under the new bill, which would establish inadmissibility without any waivers or exceptions at all for victims, she would clearly have to be deemed inadmissible to America. No exceptions would exist any longer for domestic violence victims who have committed minor crimes in the context of resisting their violent abuse. This means that the victim in this case, who's legally in the United States on a student visa while she attends college, would be barred permanently from obtaining a green card or any new immigration status simply because she was a victim of an attempted rape who fought back against her attacker. With no ability ever to adjust her status under the law, she would be deported and kicked out of our country permanently. Now, some might say that this is the price she should rightfully pay for biting or hitting back at her violent abuser. But do we really want to say that we would not want our daughters or sisters or mothers to do the same in that situation? Should we really compound the horrors of domestic violence and assault with a harsh immigration penalty on victims? Do we want to give domestic abusers more power over their victims by giving them more opportunities to file charges, true or false, against their victims to keep them from reporting their abuse to authorities? It seems we live in a time, Mr. Speaker, when it's very easy to forgive Sexual abusers, assailants, rapists, and sexual harassers who have a lot of power and wealth in society, but very hard to forgive their victims for fighting back. Look what's going on across the hallway. Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth has been credibly accused of sexually assaulting a woman at a conference in 2017 and entered into a major private financial settlement over the charges. And there are people planning to vote for this legislation today who also support his nomination. Education Secretary nominee Linda McMahon and her husband were recently sued for failing to act on credible allegations of sexual abuse within the World Wrestling Entertainment Organization. And of course, the president-elect's initial pick for Attorney General Matt Gaetz faces numerous allegations of sex trafficking, a minor, and statutory rape. There are civil adjudications of sexual abuse going to the very top of the new administration. The law, as it stands today, and as we've had it for decades, provides for waivers to protect the immigration status of victims of domestic violence who are charged with fighting back against their abuser. While the proposed bill would retain waivers for victims in the deportability context, it would not allow for waivers or exceptions in the inadmissibility context. I don't know why this asymmetry and discordance were written into this legislation, whether it was deliberate or just accidental. But the upshot is that the entire national movement working to arrest and reduce domestic violence in America is now opposing this bill that claims to be in support of the victims of domestic violence. We note another serious problem with the bill, which makes it backfire again against victims. It would significantly expand the definition of domestic violence to include the statutory Violence Against Women Act definition that is used for the civil context of grants and funding. This much broader definition was never designed to be used in the criminal law. In fact, the definition explicitly says that it covers conduct, quote, that may or may not constitute criminal behavior. The definition of domestic violence under existing federal criminal law, which is currently also used in immigration law, focuses on the element, Mr. Speaker, of physical force, but the broader VAWA-based definition, appropriately fitted for grant and funding purposes, sweeps in a broad range of behaviors, including verbal, psychological, economic, or technological abuse. Once again, in the inadmissibility context, this transposition can have severe consequences. Imagine a domestic violence victim covered by DACA who flees her abuser and removes half of the money from their joint bank account, enough to get a train or a bus ticket to get away. Imagine the abuser calls the police and claims that she stole money from him and committed a theft. By merely admitting to the fact that she took funds out of their bank account, the victim could end up being deemed inadmissible and then removed from America. Remember, the new inadmissibility grounds created by this bill do not require a conviction, but a mere admission of the underlying facts. The point is clear. If our goal is to, quote, prevent violence against women by illegal aliens, as the bill's title says, our current criminal and immigration laws already do that. We have strict punishments in place for anyone who commits such crimes, including deportation and inadmissibility for foreign nationals. This bill will only make the immigration laws much harsher on the victims of domestic violence, sexual battery, and rape, which is the opposite of what we should be doing. America, when it lives up to its ideals, Tom Paine said, will become an asylum to humanity. Not an insane asylum, mind you, but a place of refuge for people seeking freedom from religious, political, and economic oppression, and also, we might add, the kind of private gender violence that creates oppression and tyranny in the home. 2 centuries later, Ronald Reagan echoed this sentiment, reminding us that America was a shining city upon a hill, a refuge for all the pilgrims from all the lost places who are hurtling through the darkness toward home. Last year, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act, and we must continue our work to oppose the tyranny of domestic violence over women in our country but this legislation would set back our efforts to protect survivors and to stop abuse. I ask the majority to reconsider this legislation and for my colleagues to join us in opposing it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 30, the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. Mr. Speaker, common sense dictates if an illegal alien is in our country and they commit a sex offense or domestic violence, they should be deported immediately. Common sense dictates if an alien is at the border and they've committed these kinds of egregious crimes in their past, they should not be allowed to take one step onto American soil. Anything short of this standard is a complete and utter failure to protect American women and girls. This bill before us today ensures just that. As Republicans, we've been called to clean up Biden's border crisis. And that means not only deport illegal aliens, sex offenders, and abusers, but we must stop them from coming to our country in the first place. It is common sense that the legislation before us today codifies this standard. The Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act shouldn't be controversial. But sadly, as we saw last week with the Laken Riley Act, many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will use any excuse to oppose common sense border security. I stand on behalf of my constituents in North Carolina's 8th Congressional District to urge my colleagues to support this crucial initiative in our fight to keep our citizens safe. And I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes now to the distinguished gentlelady from the state of Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we are, once again, with my Republican colleagues bringing a bill to the floor that does absolutely nothing to address the needs of the American people. My Republican colleagues made lots of campaign promises to lower costs for everyday Americans, but not a single bill so far has done anything like that. Instead, this week appears to be a week where they say they are protecting women, and yet their actions tell a different story. Today, we're discussing a bill that takes the Violence Against Women Act, a bill meant to protect victims of domestic violence, and weaponizes it against, you've got it, domestic violence victims. That is exactly why 200 local and national advocacy organizations for survivors of domestic violence from across the country with deep expertise in this area have come out so strongly to oppose this bill. I'm talking about the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, the National Network to End Domestic Violence, the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence, and groups that serve domestic violence survivors in more than 40 states across the country. Now, I want to be very clear once again. In our current laws, those who are convicted or admit to domestic violence or crimes listed in this bill are already deportable and inadmissible to the country. There is actually no gap in the law that needs to be fixed. Instead, in a perverse move, this bill would make it easier to label survivors of domestic violence as perpetrators, to make them removable from the country and eliminate existing legal safeguards that protect survivors. This is once again a bill that widens the highway to Donald Trump's mass deportation plans. I want to talk through an example. The police show up to a domestic violence call. The victim was attacked by her abuser, and she fought back in self-defense. Maybe the abuser has some scratches on his face. It is common practice for the police to arrest both parties in that situation when responding to a domestic violence incident. The police write a report describing how the victim hit her abuser in self-defense. Under this bill, That is an admission constituting the elements of domestic violence, and this woman is now inadmissible and subject to deportation. Even if she is never charged, even if a judge later rules that she did not commit any crime, that so-called admission in the police report that she responded in self-defense to hit her abuser, that is enough to make her inadmissible under this bill. And that is, again, why more than 200 advocacy organizations for domestic violence survivors, deeply ensconced in the material of what happens every day across the country, far too often, those groups are all deeply opposed to this legislation. They know that this expansive bill that eliminates the existing safeguards for domestic violence survivors will harm those exact survivors and create a chilling effect for reporting future crimes, empowering abusers to go after immigrant women and children. Right now, we're only talking about immigrant survivors, but is this bill the start of a dangerous road watering down protections for all victims of domestic violence that are across the country? Who is next? The Violence Against Women Act is a landmark piece of legislation, a testament to a time when Democrats and Republicans could actually come together and legislate on issues of fundamental importance to this nation, despite our differences. The initial iteration of VAWA passed the House by voice vote. Can you imagine that? It passed by voice vote. It reshaped how we as a country talk about gender-based violence and how we treat survivors. The Violence Against Women Act recognized that we cannot be serious about eliminating violence against women if we are not equally serious about eradicating violence against everyone, regardless of immigration status. There are so many reasons why individuals in domestic violence situations are unjustly forced into the criminal legal system. We've seen the data. Too often, survivors are arrested alongside their abuser, and they're charged and even convicted of crimes involving violence, which later prove to be in self-defense or unjustly charged. This bill makes it more likely that we harm the very people we want to protect. One more minute.
I grant the gentlelady an extra minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Here's the cruel irony. In the same week that Republicans are putting forth the nomination of a defense secretary who won't even say that sexual assault is disqualifying, Republicans want to fool you into thinking that they care about domestic violence and sexual assault survivors. Please. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Despite VAWA's bipartisan history, we now have to fight tooth and nail to reauthorize it. It was Republicans who let the Violence Against Women Act languish and expire for 3 years. And the leader of the Republican Party is once again a man who was found liable for sexual misconduct and bragged about grabbing and forcibly kissing women without their consent. Last year, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of VAWA's enactment. But today, we have to watch our colleagues across the aisle make another cheap attempt to divide us and play gotcha politics. We should be working together to eradicate domestic violence. I have a bill, the WISE Act, that would strengthen protections for survivors. I wish we could do that here, not this harmful, misleading bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose, and Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from over 200 local and national domestic violence organizations who oppose this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for leading the charge on this legislation. You know, I find it appalling to hear the rhetoric from the other side, the excuses being made for the individuals who are here illegally, committing acts of domestic violence, committing acts of violence against women, and trying to defeat this legislation that would strengthen the laws to help these victims. It is appalling. As a former domestic violence prosecutor and as a state legislator, we have seen this before. When we have tried to strengthen laws to protect victims of domestic violence, you find all too often those who would essentially become apologists for the abusers themselves come in and object to these efforts. And we're seeing that here today. when it comes to the Violence Against Women Act, yes, that was a bipartisan piece of legislation until the Democrats were in control of the House. And then we saw them try and amend it to make it become more of a pro-abortion, pro-trans rights. You can't even define a woman. How are you going to pass a Violence Against Women Act that actually protects women? So, yes, we stand for the original Violence Against Women Act. In fact, we offered it as a substitute. And guess what? The Democrats voted against it because they would rather stand up for the other extraneous provisions of the legislation. This legislation will protect American communities from criminal illegal aliens, create new grounds of inadmissibility and removability, and expand current grounds for aliens who commit sex offenses and domestic violence offenses. I urge my colleagues to support it because illegal aliens who commit child abuse, sexual assault, and domestic violence have no place in our country. This bill makes it clear that predators will not be tolerated in the United States. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if our colleagues could explain why more than 200 groups advocating for women's rights and women's security are opposing this legislation. Can they explain why the groups that are on the front lines of opposing domestic violence reject their legislation as sloppy and bound to hurt the victims? That we have heard no explanation about that, and we reject the slur that they or we are somehow standing up for the abusers here when we're standing up for the victims. And they're actually going, this legislation, if it were to pass, would actually make it a lot easier for the abusers to terrify and intimidate the victims. I'd like to yield now 2 minutes to the very distinguished gentleman from California, Representative Correa.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Under current law, people who commit sexual offenses are already inadmissible to this country and subject to deportation. And let's be clear, I fully support, all of us fully support, getting convicted sexual predators off our streets, irrespective of legal status. Sexual crimes, Mr. Speaker, are the most heinous crimes. But to solve a crime, first you have to report it. And sadly, sex crimes are the most underreported crimes there are. And back in Orange County, Mr. Speaker, we have worked for years to make sure to earn the trust so the immigrant community can step up and report crimes. And this bill is going to undo all of that work. This bill, by using the broader WABA definition, will make victims who acted in self-defense, victims who were wrongly accused by their abusers, unable to defend themselves, subject to deportation. And this bill will also apply to individuals with legal status, people with green cards, students, temporary workers, DACA holders, and TPS holders. Mr. Speaker, this bill will now give crime victims all the reasons in the world not to report a crime. This bill punishes victims, pushes victims back into the shadows, telling the victims, if you report a crime, you are subject to deportation. Look, I ask my colleagues, let's go back. Let's redraft this bill to do what it's intended to do, to get sexual predators off our streets and to protect the victims of sex crimes, this most heinous crimes. Thank you very much, and I ask my colleagues, please vote no on this measure. I yield.
I want to thank the gentleman for his excellent remarks and will reserve.
All right, the gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 3 moms came before the Judiciary Committee last fall. They had one thing in common. Their daughters had been brutally assaulted and murdered by illegal aliens who'd been allowed into this country by the Democratic administration and had not been removed even after committing other offenses as well. The statistics tell us how broad this threat has become, but behind the statistics are grieving families, shattered lives, and entirely preventable atrocities, not one of these murderers would have been here except for the Democrats' deliberate policies. The Democrats often talk about the war on women, but they couldn't care less about allowing a flood of sexual offenders, domestic violence offenders, and child abusers into our communities and allowing them to stay indefinitely free from any fear of deportation protected by the Democrats' sanctuary laws. And when these monsters commit these ghastly acts and their grief-stricken moms come here for help, the Democrats put on their best long faces, assure everyone how much they grieve with the families, and then argue to continue precisely the same policies that have produced this nightmare in the first place. Thank God that in 4 days, this tragic chapter in our nation's history will close. Shortly after noon on Monday, President Trump will issue executive orders to protect the American people once again. Too late for these grieving families, but perhaps just in time for yours or mine. Yet I worry that if the Democrats are ever returned to power, these policies will resume. We've got to change our laws so that they can't. This measure removes the loopholes in current law that allowed the Democrats to unleash this scourge in our communities and requires that illegal aliens who commit sex offenses or domestic violence are not to be allowed into this country under any circumstances and must be immediately removed if they do get in, no matter who is president. I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes now to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Simon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Get my microphone together. Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored today to speak in this chamber as a survivor. Folks know back home that I've been doing this work for 30 years, day in and day out, and as a survivor who almost lost my life in my early 20s, I am proud to stand with millions of women and girls who have been victims and who are moving towards survivorship and saying no to this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, you see, I come with 30 years of experience. I started my career leading the Young Women's Freedom Center, and I stood shoulder to shoulder with young women and girls who had been trafficked and beaten. I've been in morgues. I've been in the tanks of our county jails on my literal knees, pleading with law enforcement to let young women out who themselves were victims and who were incarcerated wrongly for standing up for themselves while they fought for their lives. I've learned through this work that justice is not a principle, it is our responsibility. Later in my career, I led the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, started by President Kennedy, which we expanded access and legal representation for migrants and asylum seekers, many of them who came seeking peace and solidarity in search of safety and dignity. Today, as a representative of California's 12th district, I remain committed to advancing real solutions, and making our communities safer. I, too, was a domestic violence advocate for a prosecutor. I know this work. I remain committed to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to fix a severely broken immigration system. But moreover, I am here to stand up for victims. I would love another minute.
Lady, another minute.
H.R. 30, and I repeat, does nothing to advance these solutions. Instead, it broadens the definition of domestic violence in ways that punishes survivors, making them admissible and subject to deportation, regardless of their legal status. Colleagues, we must read this bill. Read it. Let me be clear. We know that federal law already allows already allows deportation, demands deportation for individuals convicted of domestic violence. H.R. 30 doesn't strengthen the protection of survivors. It weaponizes them. I know what it means to protect victims, ranking member. It means to fight systemic equities in our current systems that don't work for those victims or survivors. You know, H.R. 30 doesn't do this work. That is why I, too, stand with over 200 organizations, one in which I co-founded, the Sister Warriors Coalition that is 10,000 strong, young women and girls who are surviving rape and domestic violence and trafficking. They, too, say no.
We reserve. Thanks to the gentlelady for her distinguished remarks.
Thank you. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 30, the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. President Biden's open border policies have been felt in our communities where now more than ever, women are hesitant to walk alone on parking lots and look over their shoulder. In the past few years, we've seen illegal aliens chase, beat, sexually assault, and burn women, even in public. These illegal aliens target and abuse women. This bill sends an important message that we will have zero tolerance for domestic and sexual violence by illegal aliens. H.R. 30, the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, builds on the Lake and Riley Act. While the Lake and Riley Act will have prevented the death of that 22-year-old nursing student, this bill will protect women in the future by strengthening protections against violent aliens. This bill has two important components. First, it amends current immigration law to expand the definition of sex offenses that require deportation. It would explicitly create grounds for inadmissibility for aliens who commit a sex offense as defined by the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act of 2006. Second, it explicitly establishes a ground of inadmissibility for specific domestic violence offenses. It closes a loophole in current law and clarifies what illegal aliens must be removed for domestic violence. Enforcement by ICE for these offenses has plummeted in the years between the Trump and the Biden administrations. Over that same period, we have seen an increase in violent crimes and sexual assault by illegal aliens. It's time to replace the slap-on-the-wrist approach with law and order. I genuinely believe that this legislation is part of our mandate from the American people, and we should send this legislation to Donald Trump's desk for signature on day one. On Tuesday, I was very encouraged to see 48 of my Democrat colleagues vote for common sense protection of Americans by voting for the Lake and Riley Act. Deporting domestic violent offenders and aliens who commit sexual assault should not be a partisan issue. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us in supporting H.R. 30. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I gladly yield 90 seconds to the very distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. Sexual offenses and domestic violence are serious crimes, and there are already grounds for deportability and inadmissibility, as they should be. Unfortunately, this bill is so poorly drafted that it would result in extremely harsh and unintended consequences, including the removal of survivors of domestic violence. This bill attempts to significantly expand the definition of domestic violence to include the Violence Against Women Act definition that is used for grants and funding. This is a much broader definition that was never meant to be used in criminal law. We know that because the definition explicitly says it covers conduct, quote, that may or may not constitute criminal behavior. The definition for domestic violence under federal criminal law focuses on physical force. This broader VAWA-based definition sweeps in a wider range of behaviors that domestic violence organizations say will implicate survivors who have used violence in self-defense or who were accused by their abusers and were either unable to defend themselves or pled guilty to avoid having to go through the court process. This bill would also make it less likely that immigrant communities will report incidents of domestic violence. We recently celebrated the 30th anniversary of the passage of VAWA, and we should continue our work to combat domestic violence. But this legislation would actually set back our efforts to protect survivors. That is why over 200 national and local groups, as part of the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, the experts in the field oppose this legislation. I think we ought to listen to them. We need to work together to solve our immigration problems, but this bill takes us in the wrong direction. The Republican majority has chosen to begin this year with a series of bills intended to fearmonger. Can I have 15 seconds?
The gentleman has, I will grant him an additional 15 seconds to conclude.
The Republican majority has chosen to begin this year with a series of bills intended to fearmonger and demonize immigrants. This legislation not only perpetuates that effort, but it would also have serious consequences for survivors of domestic violence. I urge my colleagues to oppose this misguided bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 7 minutes to the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I rise today to demonize, as the word was used on the left across the aisle, to demonize illegal immigrants who are here, raping our women and girls, murdering our women and girls, and who are pedophiles, molesting our children. You're darn right. That's what I'm here to do today. So I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 30, the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. Under the open border policies of Joe Biden and border czar Kamala Harris and Secretary Mayorkas, our country has been ravaged by a horde of illegal aliens molesting American children, battering and bruising and beating up American women, and violently raping American women and girls. My bill makes it very clear, and if a legal alien commits a sex crime or an act of domestic violence, they are inadmissible and deportable. We aren't letting you into our country, and if you're already here, we are sending you back to yours. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to try to minimize this issue because they refuse to acknowledge the consequences that their open borders agenda is here. But the numbers don't lie. According to ICE, as of July, there were nearly 650,000 illegal aliens on the non-detained docket who are convicted criminals who have been charged with crimes. These criminal illegal aliens freely roam our streets, committing senseless acts of violence against American women and children. This includes over 100,000 illegal aliens convicted of or charged with assault. It includes over 20,000 illegal aliens convicted of or charged with sexual assault and rape. It includes over 12,000 illegal aliens convicted of or charged with sex offenses. It includes over 3,000 illegal aliens convicted of or charged with kidnapping, and nearly 15,000 illegal aliens convicted of or charged with murder. That is who the left are defending this morning: murderers, rapists, and pedophiles. Hundreds of thousands of criminal illegal aliens are out on our streets terrorizing our women and girls. This bill passed the House last year in September by a vote of 266 to 158. 158 Democrats voted against this bill last time. Will they apologize to American women and girls today and do the right thing for our citizens? A vote against this bill is a vote against deporting illegal aliens who rape and abuse women and children. A vote against this bill is a vote to invite illegal aliens who rape and abuse women and children into the United States of America. I can think of nothing less American than that. It's despicable that 158 members of this body, which is supposed to represent the interests of American citizens, voted to prioritize illegal aliens who are sexual predators and domestic abusers, rapists, and pedophiles over the safety of American women and girls. Mr. Speaker, what do the 158 members of this body who voted last time to protect illegal aliens who are sexual predators have to say to the family of Jocelyn Nungare, a 12-year-old girl who was brutally raped and strangled to death by two illegal aliens from Venezuela. What do the 158 Democrats who voted against this bill last time have to say to the family of Rachel Morin from Maryland, a mother of 5 who was brutally raped, brutally choked, and beaten to death on a hiking trail by an illegal alien from El Salvador? What do the 158 members of this body, the Democrats who voted against this bill last time, have to say to the family of Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old with autism who was tied up, raped, and strangled to death with a phone cord by an illegal alien who was a member of MS-13? As a survivor of both rape and domestic violence myself, I know the devastating toll, the devastating consequences of heinous crimes like these have on a woman. I know the lifelong scars, the irreversible scars these heinous crimes leave behind. The blood and the physical and emotional pain caused by these tragedies, the trauma caused by these tragedies, the lifelong trauma of these tragedies, the blood is on the hands of every single Democrat in this body who votes against this bill. It is our birthright as American citizens to live freely and safely in our communities. One woman, one child victimized by one illegal alien is one too many. They have no right to be here. Some of my colleagues across the aisle claim that the definition of domestic violence in this bill is too broad. They're wrong. The current definition isn't broad enough. And I know this now that I've been a victim, most recently of domestic violence and abuse, that VAWA did not go far enough, and our states have a lot more to go to protect women and girls. I implore my colleagues to look at their hearts, hear the cries of the families who've been shattered by these evil acts committed by illegal aliens, and put American women and children first and pass this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following items.
Without objection.
Since we have someone from the state of Maryland, this was in Fox News. Arrest of illegal immigrant previously convicted of rape in Maryland marks a record for ICE. ICE nabs several migrants convicted of child molestation, one convicted murderer, in the blue state suburbs of Maryland. Another one from Maryland, Rachel Morin murder. Illegal immigrant from El Salvador charged in rape and killing of Maryland Mama 5. We had someone from Washington today talk. Here's an article about the ERO. Seattle arrests 6 non-citizens with criminal convictions for child exploitation during national operation. In California, serial rapist, illegal immigrant attacked woman in rape dungeon on wheels, said the cops. And then, of course, someone from New York. Here's the headline from New York. New York City arrests unlawfully present Salvadorian citizen convicted of rape. These are the illegals that the left is defending today. I find it disgusting and offensive, and I will always put American women and girls first. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Wisconsin, Representative Moore.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman for yielding to me. I rise today in opposition to this dangerous legislation. You know, it's been pointed out in this debate that H.R. 30 fails to protect domestic abuse survivors as it undermines the Violence Against Women Act, a historic legislation that was carefully drafted by in a bipartisan manner, which included critical protections like U visas and T visas, the battered spouse waiver, and the option to self-petition for permanent residence. This legislation, whether it means it or not, intends it or not, it really cancels out these important protections. You know, immigrant survivors are already fear. We don't need to fear-monger them anymore. They're already scared of contacting the police due to the deportation risk. And H.R. 30 exacerbates these real concerns that these victims will be swept up by this bill. As noted by a wide range of stakeholders, immigrant victims are particularly vulnerable to being arrested and prosecuted for domestic violence or acting in self-defense, even if they're falsely accused by an abuser of being a primary aggressor. We know that this comes straight out of a playbook by some of our historic traffickers, pimps. This bill will empower pimps and traffickers as it's written. And it'll sweep more survivors than being inadmissible or deportable. And how does that protect them? In the name of protecting domestic violence victims, we cannot debate and pass a bill that makes it worse for them. And if you're serious, if the majority is serious about addressing the epidemic of domestic and sexual violence in our country, we can start by addressing the funding challenges facing the Victims of Crime Act, which supports services for victims. Or how about expanding access to U visas and T visas, which help law enforcement come forward by issuing protective...
I can yield the gentlelady an additional 15 seconds.
We want to protect moms from Domestic Violence Act, as homicide is the leading cause of death of pregnant women. And so at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit so we can fix this bill. And thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back to the gentleman.
And we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers. I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we are prepared to close.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I can't blame my colleagues because they ran on a platform of doing better than Joe Biden on the economy, but he gave us an economy that is the glory of the world, the envy of the world, as The Economist magazine put it recently. Created 16 million new jobs, a roaring stock market, a revived manufacturing sector, but instead of doing anything to lower the price of groceries, which is what they promised, to lower the price of energy, which they promised, no, they come back and basically ask us to pass what's already in the law, but they subtract from their duplicative, redundant section the waivers and exceptions that protect the victims and survivors of domestic violence. And instead, they just want to associate all immigrants with criminal delinquency. The vast majority of rapes in America of American women are committed by citizens, and the vast majority of non-citizens never commit rapes. Donald Trump released 58,184 non-citizens with criminal records who came in during his administration, including 8,620 violent criminals and 306 murderers. ICE ended up rearresting 11,000 non-citizens who had been admitted under Donald Trump. So we could sit here and demagogue back and forth and say, you let someone in who did something bad. You let someone in who did something criminal. But we're not going to do that. We want to make progress for America. Let's reject this opportunistic, silly bill, and let's move forward to really guarantee the safety of America's women.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Democrats claim this bill is unnecessary because aliens who commit sex offenses or domestic violence offenses are already inadmissible or removable. That ignores reality. Take, for example, the fact that under current immigration law, there is no explicit ground of inadmissibility for illegal aliens who commit domestic violence offenses, despite a ground of removability for aliens who commit such offenses. Or consider that despite certain sex offenses making aliens removable from the country, there currently is not a ground of inadmissibility or removability for certain sex offenses. Although some aliens who commit these offenses may be found inadmissible or removable for having committed a crime involving moral turpitude, that is far from certain. Under current law, loopholes abound. For example, in 2023, the Ninth Circuit held that a conviction for menacing constituting domestic violence was not a crime involving moral turpitude, even though the alien threatened his wife with a knife. The Third Circuit held that an alien was not removable despite a conviction for involuntary deviant sexual intercourse with a 15-year-old. Similarly, courts have found that certain convictions for contributing to the delinquency of a minor, assault of a victim under 12 years old, and annoying or molesting a child are not crimes involving moral turpitude. That is why this bill is imperative, to ensure that criminal aliens who endanger families and communities can be removed from the United States. The Biden-Harris administration's war on women must come to an end, and this bill is one step toward that, making guests in our country inadmissible to and removable from the United States because they've committed a sex offense or domestic violence offense should be something that even open borders Democrats can agree with us on. The Preventing Violence Against Women Act by illegal aliens is a straightforward, common-sense bill that I urge my colleagues to support. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed sex offenses or domestic violence are inadmissible and deportable.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Moore of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 30 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not.
Mr. Speaker, I request...
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage of the bill if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 206 and the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I'd like to call for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 274 and the nays are 145. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, that it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. on Monday morning.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the body.
Without objection, you are recognized for 1 minute.
Today we gather to honor and remember a remarkable leader, Anthony Al Addison. Al's life was defined by service, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to the Northern Arapaho tribe, leaving a legacy that will inspire generations. Al served 20 years in the U.S. Air Force, demonstrating the same integrity and devotion that he later brought to the Northern Arapaho tribe. As the longest-serving member of the Northern Arapaho Business Council, his leadership and vision guided the community through significant growth and change. Beyond his professional achievements, Al was a compassionate father, a mentor, and a trusted friend. His true legacy lies not only in the projects he championed, but in the lives that he enriched and the community that he strengthened. Al will be deeply missed, but his memory lives on in the hearts of those that he touched. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on August 28, 1963, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered one of the most famous speeches of the century, "I Have a Dream." During the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, he shared his dream, which was deeply rooted in the American dream. His speech reminded us of our nation's promises of freedom, justice, and equality. Mr. Speaker, North Carolina State University professor Jason Miller discovered a recording of this iconic speech. However, this recording captured Dr. King delivering it to about 1,800 people at Booker T. Washington High School in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, 8 months before the March on Washington. The speech in Rocky Mount is the first recorded evidence of Dr. King's "I Have a Dream" speech. Eastern North Carolina has a rich history, and during this MLK holiday, I encourage all of us to keep the dream alive. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor a fallen hero in Central Washington. Zuza served the Yakima County Sheriff's Department at the hand of Deputy Nick Ward. In her 7-year career with the Sheriff's Department, Zuza had an incredible record of 138 captures, including dangerous criminals and murder suspects. Tales of her heroism and ferocity spread quickly throughout Yakima County, with many stories of her taking down criminals at record speeds, and even more stories of suspects only hearing her bark before giving themselves up to authorities. But outside of her bark and her bite, she was a comforting presence for officers in tense situations and offered a sense of security when things got difficult. Yakima County is safer because of Zuza, and I thank Deputy Ward for his commitment to her handling and to the safety of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Councilmember Shirley McCracken, a beloved servant, neighbor, and good friend. After spending 10 years as a nun, Councilmember McCracken moved to Anaheim, where she would marry her beloved Paul and raise 2 children. Once she settled in our community, Ms. McCracken taught math at Anaheim Union High School District and became a very active member of our community. She donated her time and energy to organizations like the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Scouts of Orange County. She later was elected to the Anaheim City Council in 1996, becoming the second woman to be elected to the Anaheim City Council. Ms. McCracken would go on to serve 8 years on the Anaheim City Council, 2 years as Mayor Pro Tem, 1999 and 2000. Now, I ask my colleagues today to join me in honoring her legacy and service to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Senior Citizens, Inc., a cornerstone of our community in Savannah, Georgia, as they celebrate their 65th anniversary. Since 1959, this remarkable organization has been dedicated to helping older adults age successfully, providing essential services that enhance their quality of life. Senior Citizens, Inc. offers a comprehensive range of programs, including in-home care, Meals on Wheels, adult day health services, and the Learning Center, which provides lifelong learning opportunities. Their care navigators serve as a vital resource connecting seniors and their families to the support they need. Through initiatives like the Senior Companions Program, volunteers provide friendship and assistance to their older neighbors, fostering a sense of community and belonging. Their commitment to our veterans through partnerships like the Vet Assist Program ensures that those who have served our country receive the care they deserve. As a representative of Georgia's 1st Congressional District, I am deeply grateful for the unwavering dedication of Senior Citizens, Inc. Their compassionate services have touched countless lives, embodying the spirit of community and care that makes our district exceptional. Please join me in congratulating Senior Citizens, Inc. on 65 years of outstanding service and in wishing them continued success in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the
gentlewoman would suspend if you please recognize the chair. For what purpose?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Thank you. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the patriotic and inspiring service of retired Army Colonel Greg Ganson. He recently addressed students at Central Catholic High School in our Northwest Ohio district. Colonel Gadsden's story is one of unparalleled courage in the face of profound adversity. From humble beginnings to the football fields of West Point and combat in Iraq to his intrepid mission to others after losing both legs in severe injuries sustained in a roadside bomb attack. Despite all that he endured, he easily could have given up in despair. But instead he chose a path of hope, determination, and exemplary service. He has since become a beacon of hope as a motivational speaker, actor, author, and living testament to the strength of the human spirit. Colonel Gadsden's words, "Be present in your life, be your best," resonate deeply. Let us carry his message forward, ensuring every veteran receives the honor, support, and opportunities they deserve. I deeply respect Colonel Gadsden for his unwavering dedication to our nation. Let us all thank him for inspiring our next generations of leaders to take on any challenges and obstacles that come in their path. Colonel Gadsden is truly an American hero and inspiration for us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my Texas colleagues and I rise today to honor a hero, Brazoria County Sheriff's Deputy Jesus Jesse Vargas. Deputy Vargas was a proud husband and father of 3 school-aged children. Deputy Vargas was shot and killed in the line of duty while working as a member of the U.S. Marshals Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force, serving a warrant on a repeat offender. He was a dedicated public servant who was with the Brazoria County Sheriff's Office for 17 years. As a former law enforcement officer and sheriff of Fort Bend County, Texas, I know all too well the sacrifices our nation's law enforcement officers make. Deputy Vargas was a hero to Brazoria County, the great state of Texas, and our nation. My prayers are with the Vargas family, Brazoria County Sheriff Bo Stallman, and the Brazoria County Sheriff's Office, community, and every man and woman in blue. The war on our law enforcement must end. Amen. I ask everyone in the chamber to bow their heads in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Guys, can you stay? I'm next to speak.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that I be allowed to speak for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, and I rise today with a very heavy heart, Mr. Speaker, because while we hear the words "in the line of duty," we have a wife and 3 children who will understand the true meaning of "in the line of duty." They have lost a husband, a father has made a transition, and they will have to suffer and unfortunately live with this for the rest of their lives. Mr. Speaker, I beg that all would understand that our officers are out there trying to do the very best that they can. And when this happens, let's make sure that we let the world know that we appreciate the job that they do. This was a 17-year veteran, 17 years of work, and he is no longer with us. I, too, ask for a moment of silence in recognition of his service and in respect for his wife and children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Objection. The gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the Montana State University Bobcat Rodeo Team as they prepare to participate in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. The inclusion of a collegiate rodeo team in the inaugural parade is a historic first and a unique representation of our culture and the way of life as Montanans. Now, I'm thrilled that these talented ropers and riders will get the chance to experience all that our nation's capital has to offer during such an exciting time for our country. This effort would not have been possible without the collective support of the state, the MSU community, the university leadership, namely Bobcat Rodeo coaches Kyle Whitaker and Savannah Bolich, and MSU President Waded Cruzado. I would also like to highlight the advocacy of my colleague, 1st District Congressman Ryan Zinke, whose support helped get this initiative across the finish line. Now, Heather and I cannot wait to join our fellow Montanans cheering the team on as they take to Pennsylvania Avenue on Monday and make their way toward the White House. Go Cats. I know you'll make Montana proud. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate the birthday of a very important fixture of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, the country and the world, the Goodyear blimp. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the inaugural flight of the first Goodyear blimp known as Pilgrim. The Goodyear blimp is a cultural icon, creating a memorable and recognizable connection between Akron, Ohio, the United States, and the entire world, bringing smiles to many people, including those here in this chamber. For the last 100 years, the blimp has helped fight in World War II, assisted first responders with disaster relief, and perhaps its most well-known role, covering important sporting events. This includes this year's Rose Bowl game, which marked the 70th year of aerial coverage from the Goodyear blimp, and I might add, it was a win by the Ohio State University. Congratulations to the Goodyear on this historic milestone, but most importantly, for lighting the skies with hope and wonder of American ingenuity. We look forward to the skies being graced by the Goodyear blimp for years to come, bringing pride to Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Godspeed, Goodyear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Ganado High School Indians football team on their incredible victory in the 2004 Texas Class 2A Division I Championship. With a 30-28 win that happened in triple overtime, the Indians capped off a remarkable 15-1 season. Under the guidance of head coach Josh Irvin, the team showed unparalleled resilience and unity. From the first snap of the season to the thrilling final play, they demonstrated the power of teamwork and perseverance. This championship is not just a testament to their athletic talent, but to the unwavering support of the Ganado community. It's a moment that will inspire future generations to strive for excellence both on and off the field. Congratulations to the Ganado Indians on this well-deserved championship, and may God continue to bless the players, coaches, families, and the entire community. God bless y'all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, wait a minute. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say, Los Angeles, we are with you. Our hearts are with every single family who has lost a loved one, a livelihood, or some part of their community. We give thanks to the heroic first responders working to contain these fires. But I also rise to ask, Mr. Speaker, are these families not American? What makes these families different from families we have helped after hurricanes, tornadoes, or floods in other states? To suggest that we should hold hostage the aid to give to these American families, families who have lost everything, is wrong and un-American. Just look at what has been approved over the past decade, especially for so-called red states, I might add. Have we ever said that those families should be punished for their state's political choices? Absolutely not. I am appalled and frankly sickened at the calls for conditioning aid for these families, these American families. They are crying out for help. Congress should respond immediately without hesitation or delay. Here's the map. Look at where the money has gone in the past decade.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, wildfires are devastating our neighbors in California. And in the face of this tragedy, first responders from across the country have answered the call to help. I would like to take a moment to recognize the brave firefighters from District 8 of Texas who have traveled from Far East Texas all the way to California. This includes the firefighters from Houston Fire Department, as well as Needham, Porter, Conroe, and the North Montgomery Fire Departments. The City of Conroe's fire department proudly deployed its newly commissioned Type 3 brush truck to assist in battling the California wildfires. This wildland fire truck is specifically engineered to fight fires in rough and challenging terrain. Our firemen expect to deploy for the remaining weeks. Their selfless and commitment to protecting fellow Americans is inspiring. To these firefighters and to every first responder stepping into harm's way, thank you. Guardians of their communities, firefighters are always willing to run into danger and share their brave hearts and strong hands. We pray for their safety, their quick return, and for all of those who have been devastated by this tragedy in California. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves at a make-or-break moment in America. The people from East and North Portland, Sandy, Gresham, Estacada, and Hood River have spoken with a united voice. It is time to make bold progress on the issues that matter most, addressing our homelessness and addiction crises, ensuring access to affordable health care for all, building an economy that works for our working families, and as wildfires ravage our coast, tackling the climate crisis head on. As a critical care physician, I have spent the past 2 decades caring for the sickest Oregonians. Each day I walk through these doors, I carry their stories with me. For those patients and every family who calls Oregon home, I am committed to doing the hard work of bringing people together to deliver results for our community. My job is to be your voice in Congress. I'm here to listen, to learn, and to do what is required to ensure that every Oregon child has the opportunity to grow up in a healthy, thriving community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, I rise and ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been nearly a decade since I had the opportunity to address this body. In the time I've been gone, Washington has seen a lot of changes. Donald Trump was elected 2 times. Over 200 congressional districts have seen new members take hold, and staffers no longer use BlackBerries. But as the old adage goes, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Washington's fiscal house is still out of order. Democrats are still out of touch with reality, just as we saw on our last vote 20 minutes ago to prevent violence against women by Illegals Act. Conservatism is still in short supply. But Americans recognize Washington is broken, which is why they gave our party an irrefutable mandate to fix it. We must follow the lead of President Trump and Speaker Johnson in reducing government overreach and making this country great, healthy, and prosperous again. The old way of business has doubled our national debt since I was last in these halls, and has gradually substituted million-dollar spending packages for billion-dollar ones. The people have been clear. The Washington of old is out, and government for and by the people is in.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate 105 years of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, a legacy of scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood that began on January 16, 1920, right here in Washington, D.C. Founded by the 5 Pearls, Arizona Cleaver Stemmons, Pearl Anna Neal, Myrtle Tyler Faithful, Viola Tyler Goings, and Fannie Petty Watts, these visionary women didn't just build a sisterhood, they built an organization that rejected elitism and frivolity. From being the first chapter to charter a chapter,
In Africa, to fostering community-conscious, action-oriented leadership, this sorority has set the gold standard. Today, with over 100,000 members across 870 chapters worldwide, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated has remained unwavering in its mission, whether it's promoting social justice, providing service, or showing the world what it truly means to be a finer woman. And what is sisterhood? Sisterhood is not just about wearing matching colors and strolling. True sisterhood means extending respect and support, encouraging each other, and committing to a lifetime of friendship. And when a sister forgets what that means, you let her know with love. So as a proud member, I am thrilled to wish my sorors happy Founders Day. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great pride to congratulate the remarkable Cocoa High School football team for the third consecutive state championship. I would like to take this opportunity to commend and celebrate the exceptional leadership of their head coach, Ryan Schneider, whose dedication to excellence has been instrumental in guiding these young athletes to achieve great success on and off the field. Furthermore, I'd like to express my gratitude to Cocoa Mayor Mike Blake for his support of the team and his efforts to promote athletics within our community. To the many seniors who will continue their athletic career at exceptional universities across the country, I wish you the best of luck, and I hope you will continue to make Brevard County proud. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
May need a little help. There we go. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the heroic firefighters from Oregon who are on the front lines fighting wildfires in California. Firefighters from Clackamas, Lynn, and Multnomah counties have traveled hundreds of miles to help save lives and homes. The fires have been devastating, and unfortunately, we too have experienced this in Oregon. As a mother that has had to evacuate her family, and as a business owner that has had to close our doors due to dangerous smoke conditions, I'm praying for all of the families impacted and for the safety of our first responders. But that's not enough. We have to do more to prevent these fires from starting. Oregon's leaders in wildfire prevention tell me they need the resources to get an engine to every home that needs one, and they need to know that the water will flow when they need it. And to protect us, the government must protect them, especially when it comes to funding. I'll work in Congress to ensure our responders have the resources they need and our families are supported in the aftermath of these devastating events. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize all the residents of Los Angeles and the surrounding areas who have been affected by these disastrous wildfires. My district is indeed lucky that we've not been directly affected, but our neighbors are hurting badly. Families have lost their livelihoods, their homes, and their communities. I'm proud to honor these organizations in my own district who have reached out a helping hand in these difficult times. Firefighters, small business owners, hotels, and social service workers from California's 38th District have volunteered their time and services to those in need. I'm honored to represent such a caring community. During tragedies like these, we truly see the best of humanity. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can learn from these folks in my district who are providing relief unconditionally to their friends and neighbors. Congress should do the same.
For what purpose does the gentleman from, for the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 2 weeks, we have watched brutal orange flames engulf homes, leaving ash and heartbreak in their wake for both rich and poor Southern Californians. 4 months ago, North Carolina confronted horrifying destruction from Hurricane Helene. And while we can never put all the pieces back together, We can never replace all that has been taken by fire or flood. We as lawmakers have a duty to ensure the American people can rebuild. Disaster relief is a lifeline. Disaster relief through FEMA, started by President Carter, gets food, water, power, and shelter to survivors. In the aftermath of Hurricane Ida in my state, my home county of Montgomery County received more than $30 million for cleanup and repair. Even so, 3.5 years later, claims hang in limbo. Some families still cannot return home. FEMA is working nonstop to support victims in more than 100 disasters. As these natural disasters become more and more frequent, we pray for these communities. Yet faith without works is dead. We must commit to fully funding FEMA and the extraordinary work they do. No strings attached. That is what it is to be Americans.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address this House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my heart is heavy with seeing the devastation across Southern California, and my thoughts and prayers are with the families who've lost loved ones and whose homes, businesses, and schools have been destroyed. Arizona is no stranger to devastating wildfires, and anyone in the West will tell you that climate change is making wildfires more frequent and more dangerous, not just in California, but everywhere. This body has a real, immediate duty to address the threat of worsening wildfires, and I've introduced legislation to get state and local governments emergency FEMA resources to fight wildfires and protect people and property. But our first priority is to help those fleeing to safety and to aid the firefighters and first responders, including brave fire crews from Arizona cities, the state, and our tribal nations. When Arizona communities have been impacted by wildfires, floods, or other extreme weather events, the federal government has delivered aid without conditions. When our neighbors in the South, in Florida, North Carolina, Louisiana were hit by storms, the federal government delivered without conditions. Now Congress must pass emergency disaster aid for our neighbors in California without conditions. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Oregon fire strike teams who have deployed to Southern California to help contain the ongoing wildfires. These fires are leaving a historic path of destruction in their wake. Already, at least 25 people have died, thousands of homes and businesses have burned to the ground, and many more people have been displaced. As Oregonians, we know firsthand the devastation of wildfires, so it makes sense that we would lend a hand to our neighbors to the south. The Oregon Fire Marshal has sent 21 strike teams and 370 individual firefighters to California to help contain these blazes. And we already are hearing stories of their heroism. Just last week, a Marion County strike team was able to quickly act and save a family's home when it caught fire. We owe a debt of gratitude to these courageous men and women who are working 24-hour shifts away from their families and putting their lives on the line to help folks who are suffering right now. I will continue to support our firefighters and deliver the pay and benefits they have earned. I'm thankful for these heroes from Oregon and for all those who are working day in and day out to stop these deadly blazes. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor and congratulate the talented students of the Bayonne High School Model United Nations team who returned from Dubai this week, where they represented our community and our great state at the Harvard Model United Nations Conference. Under the leadership of Colleen Rushnack, these young men and women are learning the critical skills of leadership, problem solving, and international diplomacy. I had the opportunity to visit with them recently and couldn't be prouder that they represented us on the global stage. Congratulations to the Fighting Bees. You made our entire community proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address this House for 1 minute and to revise to extended
my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Can you raise it up, please? Yeah. As far, like, right up a little bit more? Okay. Thank you. I want to thank Congresswoman Chu for organizing the delegation, the California delegation, in support of our fellow Californians who are grieving as a result of the devastating fires in Southern California. Our hearts break. Our hearts break as tens of thousands of folks, they've lost everything. But as our hearts break, we know that in this chamber, we have to work. That is our obligation. I have spoken to fire chiefs in my district, and I am so thankful that our fire department in Oakland and Alameda and Berkeley, they have traveled to Southern California to support. I especially want to thank Oakland's Chief Damon Covington and others who have stepped up to meet this moment, to go into the fire and to protect fellow Americans. The devastation of these fires is unprecedented. And just as we've come together to fight these fires, we must come together to bring real relief to families, again, who have lost everything. In our country's history, the federal government has never placed restrictions and conditions on emergency disaster aid to our people. I want to thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act 50 U.S.C. 1701 IEEPA, I hereby report that I have issued an executive order that takes additional steps to deal with the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13694 of April 1st, 2015, blocking the property of certain persons engaging in significant malicious cyber-enabled activities, as amended by Executive Order 13757 of December 28, 2016, taking additional steps to address the national emergency with respect to significant malicious cyber-enabled activities, and further amended by Executive Order 13984 of January 19, 2021, taking additional steps to address the national emergency with respect to significant malicious cyber-enabled activities. Significant malicious cyber-enabled activities continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. To address this continuing national emergency and protect against the growing and evolving threat of malicious cyber-enabled activities against the United States and the United States allies and partners, including the increasing threats by foreign actors of unauthorized access to critical infrastructure, ransomware, and cyber-enabled intrusions and sanctions evasion. Section 9 of the executive order I have issued updates the criteria to be used by the Secretary of the Treasury in designating a person for sanctions for engaging in specified malicious cyber-enabled activities and related conduct. I'm enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, January 16, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'll ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, we see it every year, especially in the West. When fire season hits, it can be very devastating. Some years were better than others. In the north part of the state that I represent and some of my colleagues in surrounding states, we got hit pretty hard in the forested areas, some of the grassland areas, et cetera, et cetera. As you know, right now, Southern California, the Los Angeles area, is taking it really badly with the annual Santa Ana winds, extraordinary amount of wind and strength of the winds driving fire to something that hasn't been seen in at least 60 years in that area. devastating towns and causing just unmeasurable damage so far. And the fires are still raging. And it's just by the grace of God that maybe the wind will stop, maybe it'll shift somewhat, that it'll give the firefighters a better chance to get ahead of it. We know they're doing valiant effort as it is right now, coming from all over the state and neighboring states as well, to weigh in on that with the aircraft, the equipment, and the firefighters on the ground to make the stand. So it's going to be extremely difficult until the winds die down, or pray for rain to help them out as well. So it's not unfamiliar for me in my Northern California district, with several large fires the last 6 years that you've heard of. The Paradise, California fire, known as the Camp Fire. Many acres, but importantly, 90% of the town was burned down, and 85 people lost their lives with that. And other towns in my own district that were consumed as well in later fires, in Greenville and Canyon Dam, and a little town called Doyle blew right through part of that. It's year after year, and it really boils down to, what are we doing for preparedness? What are we doing to treat the lands and have the conditions that we need to be able to be more successful? You're not going to prevent fire completely. You're going to have it. But when one occurs, you need to be able to have a fighting chance, and our firefighters have the ability to do that. So joining me today during this order is my colleague from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, who, as well as we share that Oregon-California border, we frequently encounter many of the same issues on fire, on forestry, on water, and water issues. So I'd like to yield time to Mr. Bentz and tell his story of what's been going on in Oregon as well.
Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa, and for allowing me to join you today and to discuss this horrid and tragic situation in Southern California, truly a national emergency. And note, I call this a national emergency. Why? Because soon Congress will be sending hundreds of billions of dollars to California to help clean up this mess and rebuild. But the most basic level of common sense demands that we not send billions upon billions to California without first looking carefully at the causes of this catastrophe, and when they are identified, making sure these causes will be addressed and resolved. The sad benefit that will come from understanding the cause of these southern fires, California fires, and also of understanding why California fire protection systems failed, isn't limited to California. Every state is facing hotter and drier conditions. Every state must do a far better job adapting to these conditions. We need to look at what these horrific fires caused them, what they did wrong or what we do wrong in trying to put them out, and then apply those lessons accordingly. You might ask why these questions were not asked and answered in any of the other fires we've been suffering that were referred to by Congressman LaMalfa a few minutes ago. We've certainly had enough up in Oregon and Northern California. But people in positions of authority perhaps haven't been listening. Perhaps it's because those affected didn't have the political clout, or perhaps the actions that need to be taken, such as cleaning up our forests, are viewed as politically incorrect. But there is little doubt that this time around, those who have been hurt in Southern California are politically powerful, and they can do something about this, and we want them to. And that means doing something about adapting to warmer, hotter, and drier. There's a separation, I guess, in how we approach our response to changing climate. One approach is to invest billions, as California has done, in mitigation, that is reducing CO2, and the other is to recognize it's going to stay this way for a very long time. It was said by members of the Climate Commission at Oregon State University that if we stopped all CO2 production today, our climate would not improve for between 30 and 40 years. During this period of time, we're going to see a repeat of what we're seeing in Southern California unless we do something about it. And what is that something? Well, the first thing to do is recognize that money you put into mitigation is not going to be available for adaptation. And when I say adaptation, I mean protecting people from the kinds of events we're now seeing occur in Southern California. We absolutely have to do this. Wishing this away or blaming it on climate change and shrugging one's shoulders that this isn't happening will not work. California is raising literally billions of dollars through clean fuel standards, cap and trade devices, and other things, but they're not investing it in protecting their people. They are not. And so I would hope that those who are watching Congressman Lamalfa and me today would reach out to their Congress folks and they would say, we want you to do something. We want you to not just come in and help repair and clean up, which we will do, but also we want you to try to stop the damage that's being done to our forests. We actually want you to do something. There will be an opportunity, I think, perhaps as early as next week to vote on Bruce Westerman's Fix Our Forest Act. It would go a long ways to making our forests look like this. And why wouldn't we be doing this? What's happening now is certain folks are filing lawsuits to stop us from going into the woods and cleaning them up so that they're not destroyed by wildfire. We could do the same thing in places like Southern California by working on water delivery systems and by working on storing more water and having better abilities to put out fires once they start. Even though this was a, I hope, rare event with these cataclysmically driven winds, this will happen again. And it's happened in Oregon over and over. It's happened in Northern California over and over. It's time for us to do something about it. The people who are listening today can do something about it. They can get on the phone, they can call. They can call their congressmen, women, and say, we need your help. I'm going to yield back, but I want to thank again Congressman Lamalfa for taking the time today to bring this issue to the attention of the American people. And I think it's incumbent upon the American people to step up, call their congressman, and let's do something about it. I yield back to the congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Betts. I appreciate your perspective on that as a neighbor, and our constituents both year after year suffer some of these same issues. You know, you were showing that poster of not that one. Let me have that one, please. The back one. Thank you. You know, in our forested areas in the north, and anywhere there was a forest really in the west, you have the opportunity to manage those lands to be much more fire resilient. Again, you're not going to completely prevent fire, but you can have fire where it can be a lot more manageable or simpler to put out when it's not raging so much. So you have here an example of, on the right of this, an unmanaged forest. You see how crowded, how dense that is? And so that means you have more trees, dense trees, and the trees are competing with limited water supply. They're then weaker. They're more prone to have insects come in and drill and kill the trees and just make it a tinderbox. Over here, this is a managed land, which is really what, if you look at old photographs from before we started, putting all the fires out Smokey the Bear style 100 years ago, forested lands were a lot more, had a lot more open space in it, meadow areas, and a lot more gaps between the trees because there was more of a natural effect of natural fire going through and taking out a lot of the lower brush, the pine needles and all that, and the big trees with their thicker bark stand and go on. So you had lots of fire back then too, but before man intervening, but you had more survival. There was a balance to nature of that. And so we started with the Smokey the Bear program, put out all fires, which is good, but we stopped doing the management in between that nature would do. Thinning forests, removing brush, because up until the first few decades of the Smokey the Bear and putting out the fires program, we were still managing the forest. We were utilizing those wood products. What nature might have burned out, we were taking out, and that's where our wood and paper products were coming from. So about the 70s, when the endangered species efforts were kicking in more so, then it got a lot harder to get timber permits. It got a lot more difficult to do anything in the forest, even especially on federal lands where environmental organizations are basically trying to shut them down and add more and more monuments, like for example, or wilderness areas that are basically no-touch zones. So some of that similar effort needs to be made in, here's another example of a forested area. This part on the right is an area that had burned out a long time ago on public land. Over here, the fire affected this on private land as the government's fire basically spreads into everybody's land. And so what you see there is that the private parties got back to cleaning up their land and planting it back. So you see those trees that are, maybe 15 years old, I'll guess, they're coming back. That forest is coming back. The federal land not being managed is still the same it was. You see these dead snags, you see brush coming in. You see this is going to be a fire zone when all the brush burns next time there's a fire in that area. So why is it our friends, our colleagues in Southern California have to be subjected to this? Because they also have management needs they have in their adjacent areas. Part of the moonscape you see in Southern California, right here. So what some of their challenges include, they're not so forested in the areas closest to the cities. They have more of this. They'll have the hilly areas with a lot of brush on it like that. And so they need fuels reductions projects too in the more arid Southern California. Their forests are a little farther east, a little higher up. And so they have attempted to do fuel reduction projects, but the environmental movement sometimes shuts them down. Let me tell you about those a little bit. So when there was one that was underway along the Angeles Highway corridor, well, one that was completed and did 1,800 acres. It took 2 years, though, of analysis to approve the decision to complete that, where a simple environmental review would have been done sooner and only have affected a small amount of acreage. So a very notable project that would have helped was would have been near the Eaton fire in Southern Cal, which would have been initiated in August 2020. So if you look at that project, it's clear it isn't clear if it was actually ever approved or implemented, because the effect was that there's very little brush clearing that got done there. So when you boil that down to what does that actually mean, is that if you don't clear the brush, if you're held up due to environmental regulations and long time permit periods, then you're going to be fire prone. The Santa Ana winds are going to come each year no matter what. And in this case, they burn through that brush and come right up to the edge of town. So we've seen that in Altadena, where in one case here, we have what's known as San Gabriel Mountains National Monument, and the Eaton fire has burned through that. This monument was recently expanded even more so. So what happens with the National Monument, as I mentioned a moment ago, it becomes almost hands-off, don't touch, don't manage, no equipment can go out there and do fuel removals, and very little other can happen in national monuments or wilderness areas. Now, in the designation, it did acknowledge the risk of wildfire and the need to manage it, but what happens? Lawsuits, litigation, and the hands-off approach. So the fire that started in that area is what fed into and consumed part of Altadena in Southern California. And so we'll talk about the Pacific Palisades, which is the first one greatly affected, as I've seen, burning much of that community down. They had a safety project there that, although maybe in of itself would not have been the complete and be-all, end-all for helping them, you still need the brushlands work to be done so that fire can't come rushing through an area so rapidly. But in the Pacific Palisades, they had a pole line that they were going to upgrade from wooden poles to steel poles, and also upgrade the equipment, harden the line so they're much less susceptible to fire or high winds, in which case a lot of those winds, like in my area, Northern California, if you got a wind warning, then they shut down the power. A public safety power shutoff and it's like a third world country. We have to shut off the power because the wind blows. I mean, it's a preemptive effort so that branches and things don't blow into the power lines and cause fire, like we've seen happen at least a couple times on big fires in Northern California and other areas. So when we prevent this work, we put ourselves at greater risk. So in Pacific Palisades, they had a pole line they wanted to change out, as I said, with the harder system, lines and steel poles, and they were prevented from doing so. Let's see the plant one here. Okay. As the work was being done, somebody came along and claimed that they had an endangered species here. This is a variety of vetch, milk vetch, and it's they claim is unique only to that area, okay? And so it was somewhere around the area where they're changing the poles. They made them stop the project and put back whatever vetch they might have been disturbing there in the process. So that's the one unique to that area, supposedly. Here's one that grows all over the place in Northern California, either wild or as a crop. People use it for a cover crop to put nitrogen back in the soil. And so it's really hard to tell the difference, but it's something the environmental movement uses the slightest difference to make that something, oh my gosh, we gotta stop this because it's an endangered species. That's pretty dubious. I can relate also a recent story when we're talking water storage and water projects, the Tellico Dam, which you may have heard of back in the late 60s, early 70s, that they were putting in place in Tennessee, part of the Tennessee Valley Authority, that it was going to provide massive benefits for the people of the area with hydroelectric power, stored water for water use, flood control, recreation, all the good things. But somebody from a university was out there poking around, and they thought they found an endangered species known as, that they dubbed the snail darter. And so for several years, that was the battle over the snail darter. And nobody could really prove anything. Finally, because the project was so important, after other efforts were exhausted, a bill was run through Congress in '79 to make it where the Tellico Dam could be built. Well, there was still ongoing litigation after that, but it got to operate. And so finally, what we learned many years later, that the TVA was operating pretty well, that the biologists at that time somehow had information to remove the snail darter from endangered to a threatened status in 1984. In 2022, it was removed from the endangered species list. But here's the kicker. Just this month, a study revealed that the snail darter was not a distinct species. It wasn't a distinct species. We'll look at these two different forms of the same plant. In this case, it's a weed because it's not helping anything. It is a crop in some areas with the vetch. The snail darter was not a distinct species, but actually an eastern population of what is known as the stargazing darter. So this really raises concerns about how genuine the efforts of the environmental left to make claims about a species identification being so narrowly specific to a particular area. And so this is what we get to suffer with, and the folks in the Pacific Palisades, on at least having that pole line be able to be helpful and not furthering the fire with a hardened, newer pole line. So many things are California problems you hear time and time and time again. And we have to ask, what is going on with the leadership in our state? And I'm sorry this has to be a problem for the other 49 states, that what we do sometimes has to flow over on others and cost the taxpayers of the rest of the country on these issues. Now, we're hearing a lot of talk here about conditions being placed on the aid for Southern California. There's not conditions for what's happening right now. The firefighters are being sent, every effort's being made to put the needs of getting the fire out and helping the people that are in immediate need have the shelter and the other things they need in order to get through this timeline. What you're talking about, and what Mr. Pence and Mr. Benson, our speaker, and others are talking about, is what is the accountability farther down the line on the many billions that they're going to be seeking in order to rebuild, right? And it isn't unheard of to have conditions on other situations in the rebuilding phase. This is the emergency phase, and nobody questions immediate help for the emergency phase. And that's what's disingenuous about this argument that's going on. Nothing's being held back from getting through the emergency timeline here. We want to get the fire out. We want to get people that are displaced in at least a fairly comfortable situation until the slog that goes through a rebuilding happens. We've lived it right up in Paradise, California. We were grateful for much great help up there. But you know what? Conditions had to be in Paradise on rebuilding homes out of resilient materials. The power lines are being undergrounded up there. There's trees that are being removed, the dead trees, the damaged trees. The landscape's going to be different so that Paradise does not have the same issue in 40 years. You'll have resilient homes that'll stand up to fire. You'll have the things in place that are going to make it resilient. I think it's pretty fair to ask if billions are going to be sent to anybody after a hurricane, after a flood. What are you doing in the flood zone about making sure you have strong levees, or maybe not actually building in a particular floodplain that's highly vulnerable, and these other zones? It's reasonable to ask those questions. We're talking about 50 state taxpayers' dollars here. Oh, you're so insensitive talking about costs and money and this and that. Like, no, we're getting through the emergency. We are helping people, and there will be help after. But it isn't unreasonable to say, what does it take to put things back in a way that's going to be stronger and more resilient going forward, especially when you're talking about many, many billions. As I said, they've done that in the other areas where I've been affected or my people have been affected, and that's not unreasonable to say, hey, you need to have a harder, more resilient area that's going to be fire resistant. And so in this case here, in Southern California, we want them to have these things. Talk about the water supply for a moment. We found out that as we've heard time and again, the hydrants ran out of water. Well, there's several pieces to that story there, and there is some realities too, like how much can you push through the fire hydrants for a fire that size? Yeah, that's a reality. But what happened, let's back up from that a little bit. They did have a 117 million gallon reservoir that was empty, the Santa Ynez Reservoir, that had been emptied for the purpose of repairs. So it's, I guess that's okay, you need to repair things, but what is the timeline for that? They emptied that 117 million gallon reservoir last February. My understanding of it is that they waited a couple months to start to put out for a bid for the repairs that were needed on the cover of the reservoir. They don't want foreign things getting in there, as it's a drinking water supply as well. And then didn't really let out the contract, is my understanding, until November. They lost 9 months of fooling around in order to do something that's so critically important. Water supply in Southern California is a pretty big deal, and it took that long. I'm not sure that any repairs have even started yet from the photographs and such. Maybe they're doing some preliminaries. They say it's supposed to be ready by February, so we'll see. So they had to draw upon 3 1 million gallon water tanks to try and keep a Pacific Palisades hydrant system going. And so if you had the ability to have that $117 million gallon plant source ready, that would have lasted a heck of a lot longer than the few hours the hydrant system did, just based on the 3 million gallons in the tanks there. And we want to talk water supply in California anyway. The holdup, where Gavin Newsom, the governor, is not helping much, and indeed his legions of regulators are stopping the water that needs to be stored in California and moved from the places where it's plentiful to the places where it's needed more so, such as the aqueduct system, such as storing water in the San Luis Reservoir, which there's 2 sets of pumps, a federal set of pumps and a state set of pumps. Well, the one that the state of California governs is running at 15% capacity or so right now. Why isn't that running at full blast, topping off San Luis Reservoir, which the San Joaquin Valley and Southern California can draw upon? We have hundreds of thousands of acres of crops that have been idled because there's not enough water. Well, we have enough water, even in more drought-like years. The amount of water that runs out to the ocean is incredible. It would blow your mind that what we're not taking advantage of. Now, this is a poster I had. It's a little bit older here, but it illustrates the basic issue that's more or less true every year. The amount of water that flows into the delta right here. This is a bit older timeline, but about 7 million acre feet. 7 million acre feet. Now, Lake Oroville and Lake Shasta combined, when they're full, hold 8 million acre feet. And the amount here in this illustration shows about 6 million of it went flowing out to the Pacific Ocean. People ought to be angry over this, that we're not capturing more of that water and topping off the, here in the Delta, the San Luis Reservoir would be just down from the Delta a little bit. 2 years ago, we had, you remember we had an amazing amount of snowpack and rain in California in the Sierras, and we were able to top everything off. Tulare Lake was recreated once again, right? And so an area in the San Joaquin Valley that in the past had been kind of a lake, And because of farming and such, they've been able to recapture that, some of the richest land, making some of the best crops in the world out of there. So that's how much water and rain and snow. We had so much. We topped off just about all the dams and lakes everywhere. And then we had this, a similar in 2023, a similar amount. Yet the San Luis Reservoir did not get filled through the 23-24 season. It got barely over halfway full because they couldn't run the pumps. Why? Because of a fish situation they had in the delta. And the crazy thing is that the fish that they're trying to save actually had come in a heavier population than normal. And so in the process of pumping and moving water, they trapped a little higher number of fish than normal too, because there's more fish to begin with. So with that, they said, oh, you've already exceeded the quota of fish you can take for this year. So they ratcheted the pumps down, and they weren't able to top off San Luis Reservoir or deliver water to the San Joaquin Valley or to the aqueduct that would have helped maybe top off some more of the reservoirs in Southern California. Now, San Ynez Reservoir is one that we have heard about, and I spoke about a little bit. This is a picture of that. This is more or less full, and over here is what it looks like empty. Kind of reminds you of a stadium or a tri-oval racetrack or something. And when they have the ability through the aqueduct to bring that water from somewhere else and fill that up, that poster I just showed you the amount of water flowing out to the Pacific, it would fill that in a matter of minutes if you could somehow harness all that and drop it in there. It would have to come down through aqueducts and other means, or they even have wells, I understand, that can fill that if they don't have the upper lakes above that ability to fill that. But what it boils down to is our leaders in California, starting with the governor, have not been pushing in a direction that would give us the water supply we need to help with everybody, help with the crops. Instead, as I mentioned, it comes down to fish in the delta. It comes down to the delta smelt, which so many of you probably heard of around the country, which why do you even know about that? Because time and time again, we talk about the water rose of California. Let me look at the crop one here. And so many people in this country enjoy the crops that are grown in California, right? And these are, you can see here, walnuts, for example. Just about 100% of what Americans consume is grown in California. Almonds, you see tomatoes, you see mandarins, about 96%. Avocados, we're heavy in avocados, probably in this area we're talking about, not far from the fires. Grapes, wine grapes, so much of it comes from our own home state. And so Americans enjoy these products. Olive oil, table olives. And if it's not grown in these areas, then where do you want it to be grown? Where do you want it to come from? So a mismanaged water supply means it doesn't happen in California, which all those crops mean 90-something% above coming from there. It means they're going to have to come from a foreign country, if at all. So that means people's choices have changed. It means their diets have changed. That's why California's water is important to everybody. That's why the management of it is important. That's why the management of the forested lands and these grasslands are, because these have an effect too. They have effect on air quality. And when we had a huge fire in my district known as the Dixie Fire a couple years ago, ended up being a 1 million-acre forest fire and consumed a couple of towns I mentioned to you. That smoke plume was big enough and dense enough that it actually was able to raise up and come all the way across the country and affect the East Coast. People in Washington and Philadelphia and New York were actually told to not go outside and do exercise on those days for health reasons. Now, you remember the ones from Canada, the fires in Canada about a year ago, they affected the same way. Well, the Canadian ones were just not that far from here. This one came all the way from California. So our water supply, our water issues, which would help, the water supply that would help LA and others to be able to have a better chance at fighting fire by keeping all their reservoirs full. Governor Newsom wanted to claim that all the reservoirs are full. They sure aren't all full up north, are they? And that's where the water comes from by and large. So this effect, what we're talking about, is important to all Americans, especially if you want to keep the food products that you're used to coming, if you want to have the air quality not affect the East Coast from giant fires, And also just the idea that why would we have our fellow Americans suffering from this needlessly because of a lack of leadership that's coming, in this case from Sacramento, as they kowtow much more to the environmental groups and keeping their record 100% on those than doing forest management, the brush management I showed you here, and kowtowing to, they found a variety of vetch which is indistinguishable from the vetch that grows everywhere else. I face that in my home county too, with they're looking for things in order to stop people from being able to build homes on the foothills. They look for a species of the day to do that. So it's basically trying to distinguish different subspecies that are so infinitesimally able to distinguish that it really turns into a game. We saw that with the snail darter. We're finding that with more and more things. So fuels reductions project would be tremendously helpful. We need much more green light. We need the Forest Service, which manages or has under its purview 193 million acres nationwide. And when they came up with a plan about 3 or 4 years ago that said we want to manage 20 million acres over 10 years, well, that's 2 million acres a year, and 2 million is about 1% of their 193 million. That means it'll take 100 years to get over all the lands. Well, the trees grow a lot faster than a 100-year cycle, especially the small trees and the understory I was talking to you about that is the fire-prone areas. A dense forest is one that is going to be a tinderbox, and we see it, and we experience it all the time. So it takes leadership on that, and it takes having the public understand. And when we talk about forest management, people are scared to death by a handful of environmental groups. Oh, you guys are going to clear cut everything from here to Oregon or wherever. That's not the case. This isn't the 1880s when the bad days when they kind of came and plundered the West and seeking wealth and all that. We have rules, we have regulations, we have smart people that manage these and want to take care of their assets. These are family operations in many cases that go on generation after generation, yet they're having that taken away. Farming, ranching, timber, mining. You want to talk about mining for a moment. California is trying to push these mandates instead of focusing on the stuff people need, highways that flow, water being stored. Let's look at the dam there. We have an opportunity when we're talking water supply here. This is Shasta Dam in my district in Northern California. It's a federal project. And we have, I think, an opportunity in this Trump administration coming up to resume some of the work that President Trump led during his first term to talk about a possible raise of Shasta Dam. This dam was actually designed to be much taller when it was built back in the 30s, late 30s. And it would be pretty simple to add 18 more feet to that. That's the plan that's being looked at. I call it a quick and dirty 18 feet, but nothing quick about any of this process. And that would add 630,000 more acre feet. Can you imagine that? Now that Santa Ynez Reservoir poster I showed you, that holds, instead of gallons, you put it in acre feet, it's about 40 acre feet. 40, okay? This would add 630,000 more acre feet to this dam that already holds 4.5 million. This is a key to the state water supply right here, Shasta and then Lake Oroville, right in my backyard at home, which is another 3.5 million. If we didn't have those, if we didn't have the vision to build those in the 30s and 60s under Democrat leadership, Roosevelt and Governor Pat Brown, they had the vision for it. What's going on now? Everything's all about going into a shell and living in a cave under some environmental interpretation. So where's the leadership? We also have the opportunity in the western part of my district to build Sites Reservoir, it's called, SITES, in Colusa County. It would hold about 1.5 million acre feet. Imagine 1.5 million more acre feet, 600,000 more acre feet from Lake Shasta, 2.1 million of water that we already are losing, already have available to us. We're just losing it out the Pacific. The poster I showed you, how much water is going out to the ocean that isn't being used for human purposes. And you know what? That water flowing through the delta isn't even helping the delta. The delta smelt is basically extinct. And they do what they call trawls. They look for it. They try and capture and see and do counts on them. And so we've put so much more water through there. Starting in 1992, legislation here caused 800,000 acre feet to be taken away from farming and ranching. At that point, and pushed more through the Delta. And those numbers have completely gone up since then. And the State Water Board is contemplating even more being pushed out the Delta. Fresh water being turned into salt water. Well, see, people say, well, you can do desal. Desalination? Great, you can. It works in some places, but it's really expensive. It consumes a lot of power, an amazing amount of power. The electricity to separate the salt from the, well, just a few minutes ago, if you're upstream, you would have captured it while it was still fresh water. You would have it available without that extreme expense. So like, well, you can still do desal in California anyway. You guys have a lot of money and the know-how. Well, a group called Poseidon tried for 20 years in Southern California, I think Huntington Beach, one of the beach towns. They fought and fought and fought to work through a process, to get permits. And every time they'd get something thrown at them, they'd try again and say, okay, if we mitigate for this, if we take care of that, we can move forward with the project. And then they come up with something else. And after 20 years and many millions of dollars to build that desal plant, ultimately, the California Coastal Commission, yet another layer of bureaucracy, and people say no to what you might want to do on the coast, ruled against them, and that's it. They're out. No desal plant in Southern California. So somebody please tell me, what is the solution going to be to add more water supply for California? Well, conservation. Conservation's great. Use less when you can. People are using so much less, they don't have yards anymore. They're supposed to get yelled at if they wash their car. Golf courses shutting down. And we don't really have to resort to third world ways of doing that either, because we have so much supply that comes even in the lighter years from the other areas if we just distribute it and save it, distribute it, and wisely use it. And we can still do the environmental things we need to do. The Delta doesn't need nearly the amount of water flowing through it to flush the salt. That, you know, they don't want the salt to intrude too far up and get into other areas where people draw water or might affect fish. And even the effluent, and this is something we need to work on too. A lot of the cities around the Delta, they have sewer treatment systems that sometimes don't keep up. So they're not treating it down to really clean water. And sometimes they have it where there's an emergency and it overflows, it goes straight into the Delta, untreated. And so good water from other areas has to go flush through there and clean that up. Why? Why do we have to do it this way? To keep some people's environmental scorecard at 100% because they don't want more development. They don't want cutting trees. They don't want building water supply. They don't want us to add lanes to the highway. Instead, we get things like high-speed rail. They're still pushing high-speed rail in California, a project that was initially passed narrowly on the ballot to use $9 billion of taxpayer bond money to help develop what would be a $33 billion rail project, make a fast train from SF to LA. Well, within a year, they raised that number to $42 billion. I remember because I was there in the legislature. And then 2 years after that, they said, it's not going to be 33, it's not going to be 42, it's going to be 98.5. And this is 2011 numbers. Now the number is somewhere around 130 billion. They've spent maybe 15 or 20 or somewhere there now. They're seeking more federal money, about $6 to $8 billion more federal of your 50 state taxpayer money in this boondoggle. And it was supposed to be completed in 2020. They only have a few bridges built and no track laid. And they're building it in the central part of the state from a place called Merced to an almond orchard somewhere around Bakersfield. I think it's near Wasco or Shafter. Can you imagine the ridership between those two areas? You know, it's ridiculous. And yet, people ask, well, we should just give money just blank check to California. Not when they make decisions like this. We want to ensure that if California is going to be moving forward on that they're going to do much more. You know, Gavin Newsom has promised. You know, this is a picture of him at Paradise where I was with he and President Trump just a few days after the fire in Paradise. Trump warned him then, like, look, man, you got to get out and do the management of the forest. You got to get this stuff off the forest floor. He said raking it. And then they made fun of him for saying raking. Well, there actually is tools called rakes that they use in forestry to move this material. So here you got Trump saying, what the heck, pointing the way here. You got Newsom empty-handed saying, well, I don't know, man, we got to try. 6 years later, he's done very little to help California to be more fire safe. A fire a couple years after that in a different part of Butte County, ended up being called the North Complex because several fires burned together and they call that a complex. We had grant money waiting to go to help local folks do a thinning and planning around some of the little communities there and make those areas a little more fire safe and make fire spread less fast. So what happened? A year and a half worth of fooling around, fighting permits, the fire broke out anyway and burned the whole place down. And the grant money didn't get used. This is what goes on. So Governor Newsom is not doing much to help these water projects move along with any kind of speed. No, he feigned it a little bit on the sites one here, saying, well, we're going to make the lawsuits be ended, end the lawsuits faster on it, okay? I guess we should be thankful. But he's not directing his commission, his water boards, to do much to really, really help. Whether that's in the north on our water storage or on the south on the infrastructure there. Actually, he was blaming the locals on the condition of whether it was San Ynez Reservoir or the hydrants, that, oh, that's a local thing, that's a local thing, you know. So yet he wants to come down there and start talking about the vision for a new LA 2.0, or Los Angeles 2028. They're going to have the Olympics there in 2028, I think. But he's already giddy about how they're going to change LA into something else. Is this going to become a new planned community of 15-minute cities and people having limitations on how they're going to live there? Is that what you want? It seems to be where they're going. Because he's actually giddy about it. You should see the recordings. Doing a little dance and stuff like, yeah, we got a new plan for this. We're going to bring everybody in. And it's appalling. People are angry. They're angry at this leadership. And how they can have a situation where that San Ynez Reservoir was empty and LA Fire Department wasn't even aware of that. They didn't know they would not have that kind of water supply for a period of time that maybe you would have counted on. The dots aren't connecting here. And so since the state regulates so much of this, then what is the state doing to ensure, like, you know, they have a lot of fires in LA. They got the Santa Ana winds every year. Are we doing everything we can to make sure it's not vulnerable? Are we doing everything we can to help streamline permits to build up the infrastructure even more? And they aren't. They throw more out. They find more species every day, every week to throw up a roadblock. And the leadership there happily seems to acquiesce to that. So when we talk about what we're going to do, there absolutely has to be accountability for it. I'm grateful for the amount of emergency help that has helped so many Californians in fire-prone situations in other areas, and it isn't their fault. The U.S. Forest Service has a lot to be questioned about on how they manage lands, because their Forest Service lands are adjacent to many of these towns. Indeed, the towns grew up as logging towns, and they used to be able to go out to those areas and manage and use those and cut trees for the nation's wood and paper product supply needs. And that all started shutting down in the 70s due to the spotted owl and whatever other species du jour they can come up with to do that, or a water quality issue. Oh my gosh, it's going to affect the water quality. Like, well, we already know how to do that. We don't cut trees near the creeks anymore, right? We don't do much near the creeks and the rivers. We stay away. They know how to do that prescription. And still, it takes forever to get a permit to do any of these things. As the state moves towards more mandates on electric cars, on electric stoves and electric trains and trucks. Thankfully, a mandate got pushed off a little bit on trains and trucks, because I don't know how people are going to get their supplies, get provisions, if nobody can ship it in, because of vehicles that don't even exist at the level of emissions that they're talking about. I mean, just let attrition, let everybody replace the trucks with new trucks over time, and then maybe us farmers can buy the ones that are only 10 years old that are still nice running trucks that we only use a few thousand miles per year. No, we don't need good exemptions for that. It's one thing after another to try and do business, to try to be a farmer, to be a rancher, to be a miner, anything in the state of California and so much of the West. I hope this place doesn't emulate some of the regs that California has coming along. Something like one called the PRO Act, which means you have to be part of basically, I guess you have to be in a union in order to work. You can't be a self-contractor. These are the things that come from California that they're trying to push here. Thankfully, we're going to have a change of direction here in leadership coming from the White House. So if we're going to be more successful, we have to consider the Endangered Species Act working the way it was intended, the way Congress passed it back in the early 70s. I don't think the weapon that it's turned into would have even passed in Congress, because nobody would have wanted to been responsible for what you see now with people being sued to death over, or if they have a stock pond on their land, somehow that could be interpreted as you're now changed the waterways, you've changed the ability for a species to be there. You know, like the raise of Shasta Dam, they're going to find a species there to keep it from being raised, an existing dam, which already had on the books plans to make it taller to begin with, except the war came along and they kind of put off raising it more. They'll find a species to try and stop it being raised a mere 18 feet and adding 600,000 acre feet. The Endangered Species Act will be used to try and stop the type of timber management that is needed so badly in the Sierra Nevada and every other area. One of the counties that I have part of the forest in, it's known as the Mendocino National Forest on the western part of my district, and then flows into the coastal. 97% of that forest, of that national forest, 97% has burned over about a 20 or 25 year period. What a stellar track record. Like, yeah, 97% of this particular forest that we've burned, that we are supposed to manage, has burned over this period of time. That's worse than an F grade. It's astounding that the citizens are putting up with this. Well, it's what I see happening in Southern California. They're pushing back on the leadership that has gotten us into this situation. So we're going to be there for them. We're going to be there right now as we are, as the firefighters. Not me, not us, but we're making sure that things are going to be provided so they can get through this immediate emergency, get the fire out, get people stabilized, and then going forward in the rebuild process. But there is nothing wrong with asking for accountability on how do we keep out of the situation in the rebuild, as they did in Paradise, as they do just about everywhere else, to improve that, so you don't subject the next generations to the same danger. Why would you do that? And then so you don't have cockamamie ideas like Governor Newsom and others are on re-envisioning LA and all that. What does that mean? Does that mean people are going to have choices? Are they going to have freedom? Is there going to be some mandate there on how they're forced to live and how they're supposed to stay in tight communities, things like that? You know, so and I do have a degree of anger over this as well, because I've been watching it long enough as a legislator, as a private citizen, and watching this happen to my neighbors, watching this happen to the taxpayers of the U.S., but of California. You know, so many people are leaving the state that were in business or have a retirement. They're not going to stay and pay for this anymore. They're angry too. Leadership is important. Competence is important. Having the fire systems ready at the go. And if it isn't ready enough, if it isn't big enough, then we talk about, well, how do we make them better? How do we make them bigger? How do we have more capacity for the hydrants? How do we have more water waiting for us? How does the fire department not allowed to know that the people running San Ynez Reservoir have had it empty for nearly a year, and that they might draw upon that, you know? 3 million gallons in 3 tanks versus 117 million just up the hill. That would have stretched a few hours worth of firefighting ability to several days out of that 117 million if it had been there and available. And then being able to fill that 117 million gallon reservoir over and over again with the aqueduct, with the water that could come from the north. No, instead it's running out to the ocean. No, we can't build the reservoirs we need to add to the water supply that everybody needs. You know, people need, SoCal needs. The crops in San Joaquin Valley that I showed you are so important to people all across the whole country. The people in my neighborhood that need it. Again, there's plenty of water. There's plenty of know-how. The loggers, the timber people that are, so many of them unemployed, that have the know-how that could be managing the forest in a way that's ecologically sound and correct, they're not allowed to do it. Do you know we have to fight every year for something called SRS, the Secure Rural Schools Fund, that costs taxpayers, and I thank you, I'm blessed that there's not pushback on that, because we used to have a timber industry that the receipts from the timber we would cut would go for these local, the money stayed locally, the timber receipts, at least a portion. for counties to pay for schools and roads. That's why it's called the Secure Rural Schools. It pays for the county roads, at least in part, and the local schools. So with the spotted owl and the environmental movement taking the ESA and weaponizing it in the early 70s, late 70s, and the 80s, those timber industries died off. The number of mills we used to have in California, which are an important partner in all this. We need to have those wood mills so that we finally, if we do get around to logging this product that what people need, that we'll have the infrastructure to actually do something with it. So instead, since those receipts are gone, since that economy's gone, we have to come here hat in hand, my constituents, my county supervisors, and other locals. They come hat in hand to DC. Can you be sure the Secure Rural Schools Fund stays into the next appropriation bill or whichever mechanism we're working on that time? Would you put that in there for us? You know, a good friend, I'll name her here, Jerry Byrne. She's now heading up the rural counties in California. She's been an important partner on that. And I hate to have to look her in the eye and say, we'll try, we think we can get it done, we'll probably get it done, will we get it done in time? Like this time around, we have to get it done before March, otherwise the counties are going to be upside down on that fund that they needed to get through their year. So wouldn't we rather have the receipts come from the forest, people, Americans watching this? Wouldn't you rather have people doing the work to produce the timber and wood products and paper products that you need from America, and not have to have these good folks come hat in hand trying to beg for another taxpayer fund? I know which side I am on that. And yet we're held up by leaders, whether it's at my state level or some back here in DC in these agencies that are just completely thinking about something else. And the urgency to get things done, the urgency to get permits done, they don't seem to care how long it takes to get a permit done. And there's people out there waiting, people waiting to do whatever the construction project is, whatever the clearance project is. You wonder. And that's why I'm excited about this Doge group that Elon Musk and Mr. Ramaswamy are working on, to say what parts of government are working and what parts aren't. Where do we fund, where do we not fund? Because taxpayers have every right to ask those questions as well. So we're talking about this situation here. Taxpayers have a right to know, are they going to do better next time? Yet the mantra seems to be like, oh, you're placing conditions. Conditions is the dirty word of the week on this. It's all being rehearsed. It's all coming out on the same memo, all right? Well, think of another word, all right? Guardrails, is that good enough? We'll put guardrails on it? It doesn't matter the euphemism. You need to be sure that federal taxpayers are going to see, at the end of the day, the wise use of that, so that we're not back here in 40 years doing the same thing over again. That's so hard-hearted and cold. No, it's not. We're going to help those folks. I'm grateful for the help we've had in the North. I know the folks in Southern California, once they get their feet under them, will be too. And I think they want the freedom to be able to reestablish themselves in little towns like Altadena. A lot of nice regular folks there. This isn't, the rich elite there. These are more regular folks there that they just want a chance to maybe get somehow back how they were. And I hope we can. I hope we can help them do that. Somehow get back to where they were. Maybe it'll be with more resilient homes next time, made out of different materials. That's good. But also we need to help them with the brush clearing on the mountains above there that are being stopped by regulations, or the funding getting pulled back by Newsom. $100 million, I think, got pulled back, and part of that would have been the brush clearing that is so badly needed, which creates a buffer when the Santa Ana winds blow fire towards you. If you don't have that brush there, you've got a much greater chance of stopping the fire before it hits the houses there. So the people of Altadena, they would like to have that help, I'm sure, and have people that are accountable to bring the leadership that's needed to have that readiness. I mean, we assume as citizens that things are ready, that our police force is ready, the fire department's ready, the infrastructure's ready, the water's being stored. I guess we assume that because we assume we have smart people in those positions that are thinking ahead. We're doing our day-to-day jobs in this republic. We're not a democracy, we're a republic. We elect these people that are supposed to be thinking about that stuff. Certainly I come down here and rant about this on the floor and wherever I can in committee. And there are others only want to talk about something else. The mass inflow of illegal immigrants that cost California so much money. California is spending money on a whole lot of things that, I mentioned the high-speed rail, on a whole lot of things that aren't helping its citizens, indeed helping someone else some that are here illegally, giving benefits that are outrageous. You say, well, why should the federal taxpayer help basically subsidize that? California during the COVID era drew about $20 billion from the federal government to help supplement unemployment benefits. And so after a period of time when it was clear they weren't going to pay it back, California, instead of paying it back, has now decided to sack employers by doubling the unemployment insurance amount that they have to contribute as part of the pay package for their employees. It went from 0.6 to 1.2, I believe. And so that's going to cost the employers, and ultimately it's going to cost the employees themselves because there's less ability to give raises, all that. Because California blew the $20 billion on something else instead of making its obligation of paying it back to the federal government on that unemployment fund. Is this good? Is this an accountable record that people say, oh yeah, just give them money willy-nilly? Not a chance. Not a chance. So we can demand accountability and not be bad people for it. So with that, we're looking for solutions that are long-term, and we will help those folks. And our hearts are with you in Southern California, because I know at the end of this, instead of the rhetoric you're hearing that might be getting you wound up, you would like accountability as well, because you're already angry at some of the folks down there. You're angry at some of the folks in Sacramento that are putting there. You're probably angry that the Democrat-controlled legislature is putting as a requirement, as a condition for some of the state aid that we could going to Southern California, the $50 million package of lawsuit money they want to use to fight Trump. That's tied together in a package right now in the state legislature. So they're pointing at us for talking about accountability a little bit. We don't even have a package put together quite yet, as we still have to assess all the damages post-fire. We're doing everything we can to help during the fire and what people need. But post-fire, you then have to assess that. That takes a little bit of time, but we need accountability. And I hope people demand accountability to the people that put them in this place to begin with in the California and local level. So with that, we're with you on this. We're with you on that accountability, and we will be there to help the right way. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mfumbe, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I may not use the entire 60 minutes, but I appreciate the opportunity, and I would encourage other members of the House who are still in town to certainly come over and to seek recognition on this as I try to talk a bit about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and why it is so very important that we, at least here in the House, take a moment or two, or in this case, an hour or less, to reflect on the life, the legacy, and some of even the myths that have circulated over the years. So I'm honored today to rise to really celebrate the birth of civil rights icon and leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who, had he lived, would have been 96 years of age yesterday. And to talk a bit about the dream that he tried to put forward in his short 39 years of life, a dream that he felt would be the North Star and the beacon for our country with respect to human rights and human dignity. And as I thought about that and I thought about his dream, I'm reminded of a passage in Scripture, Mr. Speaker, in the book of Genesis at the 37th chapter, 19th verse, where it says, "And when they saw him from afar, even before he had come near to them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, the dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and we will cast him into some old pit, and we will say that some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what becomes of his dream. Well, that dream, despite the bullet of a lone assassin, on April 4th, 1968, did very, very much grow, thrive, and replicate itself as a dream not just for a race of people or group of people, but as a dream for an entire nation. I remember in 1980 as a young member of the Baltimore City Council petitioning the council to join with other local governments around the nation to push for the establishment of a Martin Luther King holiday in our respective towns, cities, and hamlets. For years, every January 15th, I, along with so many others, would drive from Baltimore to Washington to join civil rights leaders and recording artists, people like Gil Scott-Heron, the Last Poets, Stevie Wonder, Diana Ross, Jesse Jackson, Congressman John Conyers, and thousands of others. And we would rally right here on the steps of this Capitol in the cold in January on the 15th each year, again to petition for the establishment of a King holiday. I, like many others, recognize that in and of itself was a beginning. The real beginning, however, has to go back to the federal legislation that recognizes the King Day as the bill introduced first by Congressman John Conyers of Michigan just days after the assassination of Dr. King. Unfortunately, it would take 15 years of those protests, perseverance, attempts, tenacity, and pure resolve by civil rights leaders and others across this nation for the holiday to become recognized and then finally signed into law by President Ronald Reagan in 1983. And then, unfortunately, it would take an additional 17 years for it to be recognized in all 50 states across the country. And so, fittingly, Martin Luther King Day was designed to intentionally inspire all Americans to volunteer and to give back to their communities. In fact, it is the only federal holiday classified as a national day of service. Like so many others, I feel personally driven out of my respect for the life and legacy of Dr. King to find a way to celebrate this observance through acts of service. For it is only through reflecting the values and the morals and the principles of Dr. King into our lives that we will enact the dream that he has so often been associated with, where justice is the supreme ruler, freedom is the dominant creed, and equity the common practice. And so I would urge us to take a moment in this discussion or any other discussion, a moment of remembrance to really talk about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the man, the myth, and the legacy. I think it's important to point out that Dr. King was born, as I said before, on January 15th, 1929, in the segregated South in Atlanta, Georgia, where his grandfather began the family's tenure many, many years ago in another state as the pastor of the Ebenezer Baptist Church. After graduating from Morehouse College and Crozer Theological Seminary, Dr. King then enrolled in graduate studies at Boston University. And it was in Boston where Dr. King would meet Coretta Scott, who was also a student at the nearby New England Conservatory. And as we all know, and as history has taught us, the two would ultimately marry, and Coretta Scott would become Coretta Scott King, and together they would be a formidable force in their own right, in their own time, and in joint pursuit of equality and justice for all. So this remarkable partnership between Dr. King and Coretta Scott King also brought forth 4 children who grew up to embrace, uphold, and protect the values that their parents had devoted their lives for. Now, I would be remiss if I did not lift the names of Martin Luther King III, Bernice Albertine King, Yolanda Denise King, and Dexter Scott King, who we unfortunately lost last January. In 1954, as I indicated, their father became the pastor of the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery, Alabama. Dr. King, by this time, was a member of the executive committee of the NAACP and would join also the Montgomery Improvement Association. He would also help to create the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, an organization that was formed to provide leadership for a growing and sustaining civil rights movement. Dr. King rose to prominence as a revered leader of that movement in 1955, when a young woman, a seamstress by the name of Rosa Parks, refused to move to the back of the bus in Montgomery because of the color of her skin. Inspired by one woman's act of moral courage in the face of an immoral systemic system of law, Dr. King led the Montgomery bus boycott that lasted 381 days and is heralded as the catalyst, that one act that began the modern civil rights movement. Now, in order to understand it and to keep it in its proper context, citizens of Montgomery were so outraged that they could pay and were forced, like everyone else, to pay their taxes, that they could contribute to the economy, that they could find a way to sustain families, and that they could find a way, as all citizens did, to support the government there, only to be told that they could not ride a bus to get to work unless they sat in the bus in the back because of the color of their skin. So it might be difficult to understand, but it is important to point out that those men and women who wanted to maintain and hold on to their dignity decided that they would walk to work, walk to the store, walk to church, as opposed to sitting in the back of that bus any longer. And 381 days is a lot of days and a lot of resolve to get through something like that. It's one thing to see it in a history book. It's another thing if you're living it and you're walking all those miles every day through the summer, winter, fall, and spring, back and forth to do the things that you had to do, like get to your job, the things you needed to do to shop for groceries, and to be able to do anything else. But they did it for 381 days. And they did it because of the inspiration that they got from Rosa Parks, and they did it also because of the inspiration that they got from this young preacher by the name of Martin Luther King, Jr. During that boycott, Dr. King was arrested, his home was bombed, and he was subjected to personal abuse over and over again. Now, he was arrested. No one else that did anything else to stop him was arrested, but he was arrested simply for articulating the problem, supporting the efforts of Ms. Parks, and encouraging a community to stand up and to speak for itself. As I said, his home was bombed. He was subjected to all kinds of insults and personal abuse. And by the way, Dr. King was locked up in jail 29 times for standing up for fairness and fair play. And yet, he never matched the violence he got with violence of his own. On June 5th, 1956, a federal district court ruled that the state of Alabama's segregation policy on public buses was, in fact, unconstitutional. And when the United States Supreme Court upheld that ruling, it was affirmed that the Montgomery bus boycott, led by Dr. King as a result of the efforts of Rosa Parks, was a true story of triumph. And it was, in fact, for many, year after year, a focal point on what civil disobedience can look like and what success can be born of it. And so Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would go on to travel for over 6 million miles, speaking over 2,500 times to launch his nonviolent protest movement that spanned the nation. It began to grow and it began to unfurl, and it found its way, reaching and touching the hearts of a lot of people who never even gave a thought about civil rights. But when they thought about their own selves and their own families and their own desire to live and to grow up in the country that many of whom had fought for overseas and defended with their lives, people then realized that this was not just about Martin Luther King or Rosa Parks, but it was, in fact, about the moral consciousness of our nation. After that successful boycott, Dr. King was arrested again, and this time in Birmingham. And it was in Birmingham when he wrote and declared from a cell a number of things that America must, in fact, consider. And he wrote on scraps of paper because they wouldn't even give him writing pads. But he wrote them nonetheless, and those letters are often referred to today as the letters from the Birmingham jail. And in one of those, he fiercely declared that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We hear that repeated over and over and over again. And we should know that those words and that letter from that Birmingham jail cell brought national and international attention to the civil rights movement as we know it. Some of you will recall the grainy film and the black and white footage of the Great March on Washington that occurred on August the 28th, 1963, where the eyes and the ears of the entire world would be fixated on the magnificent power and oratory of Dr. King. I know as a 14-year-old kid, remembering and watching on a very small black and white TV set, the delayed broadcasts, because live TV was not what it is today. And I couldn't believe as I sat there the number of people who appeared to be a sea of witnesses that had assembled. Dr. King that day was introduced as the moral leader of our nation and delivered a message which empowered the 250,000 people in attendance. His words that day brought my mother to tears as I sat in a row house in West Baltimore with my 3 younger sisters, all motionless, from the eloquent force in which he delivered a message of love over hate in his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. Because at that historic march on Washington, more now than a half century ago, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood before 250,000 people, as I said, assembled at the memorial of one of our nation's greatest leaders. And on that famous day, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., heir to Abraham Lincoln, addressed the crowd in these words, and I quote, he said, "We have come to our nation's capital to cash a check." And that when the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, that they in fact were signing a promissory note to which all Americans would one day fall heir. That note was a promise that all men and women would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And yet, even before the Republic was born, it had already compromised the moral principles articulated in that Declaration of Independence and in that preamble to the Constitution and in all the other pronouncements that it used to justify its revolution against the king's tyranny by having subjected human beings, my own ancestors, to a bondage of the flesh as well as a bondage of the spirit. The enslavement of the Negro, the annexation of the Hispanic, and the termination of the American Indian made our nation's beginning an iniquitous conception because it was born in hypocrisy and dedicated to a false and twisted concept that white men were superior to non-white men and therefore somehow entitled to enslave them, oppress them, and if necessary, destroy them. In the 200 years since the writing of that preamble to the Constitution and that Declaration of Independence, and in all the other pronouncements that America issued to justify, again, its revolution against tyranny, we have surpassed the wildest expectations and aspirations of our founders. We've gone beyond human measure and created a nation of unparalleled power and unparalleled influence. We've grown from a small band of 13 impoverished colonies to become the strongest, the most powerful nation on the face of the earth. Our wealth as a nation is unmatched. America's military forces, perhaps and despite all other propaganda, really have no equal. Our industry and our technology remain superior, Europe, China, and Japan notwithstanding. And because of our ideals and our principles, we wield a mighty and forceful hand in world affairs. There can be no doubt that the American flag is still respected by billions of the world's people as the symbol of freedom from tyranny. Every morning at the start of school, millions of kids still around the country pause to utter the words, "I pledge allegiance to the American flag and the United States of America," for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And yet, if Dr. King were here today, he might call into question the fact that that does not always still ring true. Because in many ways, we are still not yet one nation. That's the challenge. Far too many of our citizens do not see their existence as having been due to or under the direction of God. We're not yet indivisible, and nowhere in our own lifetime can it be said that we've practiced liberty and justice for all of our people. And so the genius that our founding fathers bequeathed to us was to have been, if realized, a form of government based on opportunity. But measured against the promise of America in many respects, we have still fallen short in ways that continue to haunt us, plague us, and unfortunately divide us. Have things changed for the better? Yes. Has there been real and measurable progress? Yes. But it is not just a matter of having come a long, long way. It is, in fact, a matter of having still yet a long, long way to go. And so as we begin the celebration of Dr. King's 96th birthday, let it serve, I hope, as a reminder of the union that he forged in the halls of Congress that assured the signage and the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act into law in 1965. Dr. King's spirit should and really must renew our resolve, particularly as members of Congress and as Americans of all walks of life, to stand for justice, fairness, and equal opportunity whenever and wherever possible. Across his life, Dr. King was awarded 5 honorary degrees, named Man of the Year by Time magazine, and at the age of 35 became the youngest man to have received the Nobel Peace Prize. But all of that didn't matter to him. All of the accolades and the other things that had been heaped upon him during his life, and I'm sure since his death, really would not stack up to mean very much in the heart and the soul of mind of Martin Luther King Jr. At 39 years of age, the person who led the nonviolent movement was taken from us in a cruel manner by the single bullet of a lone assassin. So it really didn't matter, as he said, as he preached his own eulogy, what people said. What mattered was that he tried to live his life to exemplify the dream that he had and that still burns. I can remember the numbness I felt on that evening of April 4th, 1968. Like so many others, I felt my heart race when I heard the words come over the radio that said, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is dead. And so when I reflect back on his life, as I am doing, and I appreciate so many of you who are watching are doing today, I am still reminded of a man who was unawed by opinion, unseduced by flattery, and undismayed by disaster. He confronted his life with the courage of his convictions and then confronted his death with the courage of his faith. And so that is why, Mr. Speaker, I began by referencing that scripture in the book of Genesis. Because Dr. Martin Luther King really was, and in the hearts of many of us, remains a dreamer. And so I will close by going back to that passage, 37th verse. And when they saw him from afar, even before he had come near to them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, the dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and we will cast him into some old pit, and we will say that some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what becomes of his dream. Just like that passage in Genesis, that dream has lived on. It lives in the hearts and the minds of so many of us. It is a dream that young people look at and try to fashion themselves after. And it is a dream that many of us who are much older will smile and go to our grave knowing that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was in the truest sense a true American that gave all he could, not just for his dream, but for his country. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time that is remaining. And I thank you for this moment of indulgence.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this week I announced legislation to rein in the California Coastal Commission, to strip the Coastal Commission of the powers that it's been granted by federal law. The undeniable reality is that the Commission is completely out of control and has veered far from its purpose of protecting the coast. To quote Mike Stoker, who's the former Southwest Administrator of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, he said this: "The California Coastal Commission was created in 1972. For over 50 years, it has been one of, if not the, most overzealous, overreaching, and self-important regulatory agencies I have ever dealt with at the local, state, or federal level." This legislation has become all the more necessary in light of the tragedy that continues to unfold in Los Angeles. The task of rebuilding those communities, the imperative of recovery, is going to be difficult enough as it is, but it will be impossible as long as the Coastal Commission continues to exercise its powers in such irresponsible ways. My bill, specifically, will amend the Coastal Zone Management Act to remove the Commission's authority to block national security-related activities, critical infrastructure projects, and activities with high economic impact, including post-disaster recovery and rebuilding. We all got a very clear window into the manifest irrationality of this agency just a couple months ago, when there was a proposal by SpaceX, together with the Air Force, to increase the launch cadence out of Vandenberg Air Force Base to allow for more launches that are launching satellites for important national security purposes, and launching other payloads such as Starlink satellites. Now, I'll note, by the way, that Starlink is right now, as we speak, being used by first responders in the LA area who have lost connectivity and would otherwise not be able to have the necessary communications for emergency response. So this was all known, by the way, at the time, that this sort of use case for Starlink was part of its potential. I wrote a letter at the time supporting the request for more launches, and we specifically cited the use in fighting wildfires as one reason why this is important. But nevertheless, at the time, just a couple months ago, with this very clear bipartisan proposal supported by the military to allow SpaceX to do more launches, the Coastal Commission rejected it, tried to stop SpaceX from increasing its launches, increasing its capacity to support our national security, to improve connectivity. And the reason that they gave was this. This is not me just sort of speculating about their reasons. This is literally what the commissioner said in a public meeting. They said that they do not like Elon Musk's political posts on X on completely unrelated topics. And so to punish him, they were going to reject the proposal that wasn't just from SpaceX, but from the US military itself in order to do more launches. That told us everything about what the Coastal Commission is all about. And that was very recent. But this agency has a long history of decisions that defy all rationality and defy all measures of public interest, and that don't actually serve the purpose of protecting the environment and protecting the coast. Indeed, when you look at the specific, most problematic causes of the catastrophe in LA, management of forest management and the water supply, the Coastal Commission has been a major hindrance in both areas. In 2019, for example, there was an ongoing project by the LA Department of Water and Power, where in the through Topanga State Park, they were replacing these aging wooden power line poles that were almost 100 years old. and they were in an area that had been identified for having an elevated fire risk. So very important project. These wooden poles, 100 years old, high-risk area. They're replacing them with steel and with more fire-resistant materials. As the New York Post explained, the goal of the project was to improve fire safety for the Pacific Palisades area by replacing those wooden poles with steel, there was installing wind and fire-resistant power lines. Again, this was all in a high fire risk area. But the Coastal Commission caught wind of this, and they learned that there was a particular rare plant, a few of the Bronton's milk vetch in the area, and so they rushed in and said, stop. They brought the project to an immediate halt. It didn't get done. And then in the process, they in fact collected $2 million in fines. This is the sort of action that the Coastal Commission has taken. Or consider just a decision from 2 years ago, when the commission blocked a desalination plant in Huntington Beach that would have increased LA's water supply. The commission denied a permit for Poseidon Water's proposed $1.4 billion desalination plant in Huntington Beach. Now, of course, we've all seen how the lack of a sufficient water supply is one of the things that allowed the fires in LA to grow unchecked. We had an empty reservoir, for an example. And here, just 2 years ago, you had the California Coastal Commission rejecting a major augmentation in the region's water supply. I mentioned the issue related to SpaceX, which also undermined our national security in addition to our ability to innovate and the ability to launch Starlink satellites. But the CCC, the Commission, has also, on several occasions, rejected proposals from the U.S. Navy. For example, it rejected the U.S. Navy's proposal to increase sonar and underwater explosives training off Southern California. In another instance, it filed a lawsuit against the Navy for proceeding with 14 major training exercises off of Southern California, again, harming U.S. national security. But then finally, there's the issue of housing, because in order to rebuild these beautiful communities, it is going to be a major undertaking. And the Coastal Commission is most assuredly going to stand in the way of that process. It has a long history of denying project after project after project. California has a massive housing shortage, and yet even when we have projects that have gotten all the necessary approvals, that have met all the very stringent requirements set out by the state, you have the Coastal Commission that will come in and spike the project. They've done this so much that a group called Circulate San Diego issued a report recently highlighting how the Coastal Commission has consistently taken actions that worsen California's housing crisis. And they highlighted examples of how even these some would call left-leaning set of requirements for housing that the legislature has set. Even projects that have met all of those things, the Coastal Commission has, quote, resisted, opposed, and delayed the construction of deed-restricted affordable homes that use programs like density bonus law. This is even true, they noted, when all of the zoning approvals have been obtained. The report goes on to say that it documents examples where the Coastal Commission opposes projects that the legislature encourages as part of California's efforts to combat climate change, crosswalks, bicycle lanes, and infill development near projects, the report states, are all goals of recent statewide legislation, yet the Coastal Commission opposes or delays many of these projects. So, Mr. Speaker, the process of rebuilding and recovery in LA is going to be a long and difficult one. But there are some things that we know we need to do right off the bat. And perhaps the easiest thing, the most obvious thing, is to assure that the California Coastal Commission does not stand in the way. So that is why I'll be urging my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and both houses of Congress to move on this legislation as quickly as possible. This will be an important first step towards rebuilding Los Angeles and towards restoring some common sense in California. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Blue Origin on successfully reaching orbit in the first flight of its New Glenn rocket. New Glenn is a 320-foot rocket that's taller than the Statue of Liberty, which has 7 engines, and it can carry 45 metric tons to low Earth orbit. According to a report from Blue Origin, in the flight that left at 2:03, I believe, a.m. This morning, the first stage burned for more than 3 minutes before the second stage separated at an altitude of 70 kilometers. Then the report states the upper stage's 2 engines appeared to perform flawlessly, pushing what's called the Blue Ring Pathfinder payload toward orbit. This, by the way, is a apparatus that is going to allow for the adjustment of other payloads that are in orbit and bring them into different orbits, adjust their orbit from using that device. And apparently it's now working properly and is accepting and is registering data. So far, so good is the report. It goes on to state that the engines burned very nearly for 10 minutes before shutting down, having reached an orbital velocity of 28,800 kilometers per hour. As a spokesperson for Blue Origin states, the vehicle underpins our efforts to establish sustained human presence on the moon, harness in-space resources, provide multi-mission, multi-orbit mobility through Blue Ring, and establish destinations in low Earth orbit. Further, future New Glenn missions will carry the Blue Moon Mark I cargo lander and the Mark II crewed lander to the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program. And we also, by the way, have another launch scheduled in just a few hours. I believe this is Flight 7 for SpaceX's Starship, which is the largest rocket ever built, the largest space vehicle ever built. And I happened to have the chance to watch Launch 6, which was truly an awe-inspiring experience. And I wish them the best of luck today for Flight 7. So both of these developments serve to underscore that we are living in a very exciting time, where for decades we didn't see much progress when it came to space exploration. We now have a commercial space industry which has picked up the baton and pushing us towards new frontiers. And in order to enable that, I have introduced the New Space Age Act, which is designed to encourage and catalyze the growing commercial space industry by streamlining the process for getting launch approvals and getting the FAA out of the picture because they have tried to unnecessarily hold back progress. So I think this will be a great piece of legislation to enhance America's competitive advantage, where we are far outpacing the rest of the world right now when it comes to space, and will facilitate many, many more flights in the future, which have the capacity to not only enhance our national security and bring about further innovations, but also to capture the imagination of Americans as well. Mr. Speaker, today I honor the life and legacy of Don Brewster, the co-founder of Agape International Missions, who sadly is no longer with us. As we reflect on the life that Don led, we also celebrate the inspiring 20-year legacy he built. After many years of service as an executive pastor at Adventure Christian Church in Roseville, California, Don and his wife Bridget visited Cambodia on a mission trip. When they returned home, they learned about the horrors of child sex trafficking in the country they had just visited. This led Don and Bridget Brewster to establish Agape International Missions, also known as AIM, to combat child sex trafficking. Don's heart wasn't just for the girls to be rescued, but to help them find true healing and to live in freedom. During Don's 20 years of leadership, AIM developed a holistic model to rescue, heal, and empower survivors of sex trafficking in Cambodia and beyond. With the help of dedicated partners in their mission, Don began a SWAT team to partner with local authorities in shutting down brothels and prosecuting traffickers. Beyond rescue, survivors receive refuge and trauma-informed counseling at Ames Restorative Homes, as well as access to education and vocational training through their employment center in Cambodia. Seeing the need to target the issue at the source, Dawn went on to establish prevention programs that have transformed communities and continue to protect future generations from ever having to know the horrors of sex trafficking. Dawn Brewster worked tirelessly to spread love and compassion wherever he went. We thank Dawn for the legacy he built in his devotion to the global fight against sex trafficking. And as AIM moves into its 20-year anniversary, Agape International Missions will continue to spread Dawn's legacy and his transformative work. He had a heart for service that seemed to fill the world. Dawn Brewster will be deeply missed. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on January 16, 2025 at 2:30 p.m. Appointments: Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, the Helsinki Commission. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 11 of Rule 10, Clause 11 of Rule 1, and the order of the House of January 3, 2025, of the following members of the House to the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Mr. Crawford, Chair. Mr. Kelly of Mississippi. Mr. LaHood. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia. Mr. Hill of Arkansas. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Mr. Perry. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Klein. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tenney. And Mr. Fallon.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday next.